We're past 3 minutes. We should be in the safe zone, technically. I know people say 5 minutes on YouTube, but I usually just go with 3.
Hey.
I go 15.
Yeah.
Zim, you just need an editor to go through and bleep for the first 15 minutes.
They would have so much work to do.
Only when Viv's
No,
here.
they'd only have a lot of work to do if I relax the policy on that.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, if they were to go back through the catalog to... Yeah, that'd be a lot.
There's only like 10,000 videos there.
Good lord. Though, there's not necessarily that many that would have to be believed. It's just, certain individuals accidentally seem to do it more often than others.
Whistles innocently.
Whistles guiltily.
Also, the tea for tonight, Earl Grey. Because I decided to go with, relatively simple, just straightforward tea.
Oh god, I think I broke YouTube.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay, good. For a moment I did.
YouTube's always broken. You know.
I was trying to see stats for the lifetime of my channel. And it took a bit.
I wonder why something 10,000 videos.
Okay, it is not 10,000. It is roughly 5.7 thousand.
That is still a significant number.
Oh, wait, no.
I'm
those
gonna
are separate,
take us
apparently.
off of mutedness at least.
Yes.
So about 6,000.
Thank you for the follow.
Okay. I think we're pretty much ready for introductions. Can somebody...
I've finished my posting.
Oh, you haven't finished your posting?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Why does your bot show up, Taya, but Zim's bot doesn't? In my chat. Weird.
I probably wouldn't even know if I weren't still sick.
You might both have Seribot? Or something? Whereas Zim's is the ZGF Cobot.
Yeah, I don't know why. His quote bot was working. in my chat for a while, but it stopped, and it just hasn't come back.
Your auto mod might have yeeted it into the abyss or something.
That might be it.
Yeah, there's a thing on Pava's bot and the group chat that says only visible in Razim's channel. And I don't think I use the Autobot.
Well, I will say that mine is Stream Elements. It's got the custom name there, but it is still Stream Elements. So it might be that I know that Stream Elements has been working with Twitch directly. So they could have some behind the scenes thing that is, I don't know.
I mean, my bot's
I'm just
still
looking
seems
at
to work.
third level spells, and I found a spell that definitely will have interactions if I point it at a party member.
Oh?
Detect anxieties.
Oh, lol.
That's how to get flashbanged.
I do not recommend.
Yeah, like, okay, so I'm reminded of the meme of the scientists have found a substance that produces energy when under stress or something, and then it's like the image of some dude sitting at a table in a restaurant or something, glowing.
Yes. my favorite is the genie who says, "Okay, I'm a genie. You have 17 wishes." 17? I thought it was only 3. Seeing a lot of problems right here.
Oh, you're getting a raid already. Zim.
Hello there, Brian. It's good to see you. How are you? Welcome in, everyone. I am sick and ready to perish.
Yay, there are 2 of us that are. Yay!
Oh, cool. I get to kill 2 players today.
Oh no.
Also,
not allowed.
Sylvanticor, it is Pathfinder, not D&D. Fuck D&D.
Well, F Wizards of the Coast specifically, but
Well, yes. And even more specifically, fuck Hasbro.
deal with that later. Okay, so we good to do introductions? Are you still posting, Taya?
I'm done posting.
Shall we get this mess started?
Wait,
All right.
Muting up then. Ermagard. Ahoy. Thank you for joining today. Why did my TV turn on behind me? Let's fix that. Let's fix that. Aha! There we go. Alright, well, welcome to the channel, everybody. Hopefully you've been taking good care of yourself, drinking plenty of water, getting plenty of sleep, and all the rest of it. Of course, like, subscribe, follow, leave a comment, blah, blah, blah for YouTube land. Otherwise, you can come and follow me over here in Twitch land. Either or, welcome to the table, fellow adventurers. I don't really have too many announcements. Ignore the tip goal saying the goal has ended, it's broken. I don't know why. And yes, that's a joke. I don't believe the moon is fake. I had nothing better to put there. But either rate, welcome back. I know it's been a while. I apologize. Cons and nonsense and stuff has prevented things. We are down a player tonight, so I apologize. But otherwise, I'm just going to get to the table and get things going. So, hello. What? I really need to fix that transition. I hid that. Why did it reappear? Go away. Go away.
Oh,
this table
also,
only has...
I didn't mention it already, but I am sick, so apologies if I am off.
You're fine.
Well, that was more for the recording, but you know.
Okay,
Hello, I am back.
welcome back.
Hello back.
Also, hey, Era, there's a problem with this table.
What's the problem with
No,
this
there's
table?
an accuracy with the table.
There's only one banana.
Oh, that wasn't the accurate.
Oh, I see an inaccuracy. I see somebody has written error cute on the table, and obviously that is very incorrect.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hold on, let me fix that. Oops, that's not. That did not draw nearly how I was hoping it would. Nope, that's a line tool, not the pencil.
I am being cheesed right now.
There. I fixed it.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Why did it suddenly get so big?
What?
Your pin got thick.
Yeah, my pen got thick, boy.
I'll bring back the art scroll in a moment, so you guys can see what's going on here.
Oh, right. I think using the scroll wheel can change the size
Oh,
or something. There's a way that you can change the size of your pen.
I see. No, there's a certain point in the table where suddenly it's just big.
Because it's over the bananas.
Oh.
Oh.
But either rate, I guess we should probably let Key do a recap, huh?
Oh no, intros.
No, intros.
Oh, right, I gotta actually, introduce myself and stuff, huh? Alright.
Generally, yeah.
Dang. Well, hello everybody, I'm Drunk Dragonair. I'm gonna be the GM tonight, here to tell epic stories, which is gonna be a lot of me talking tonight, because boy, do I have explaining to do. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
And Kiga.
The rest of us need to introduce ourselves, don't we?
Yes, that's why I said Kigo.
Oh, yes. Hello, everybody. I am Carcerus, also known as Key, and I play Last Lost, the Paladin / Mortal Usher. I am the anxiety arbor that may finally receive closure, ? Or just more trauma. It depends. Vari, go.
I'm Vari, and I'm playing Fret Signature, the mute musician, Mask of the Whispering God, Kitsune. And, yeah, Paint, your go.
In English.
In common.
Oh. Hi, I am Razim, and I am playing as Paint, the African wild dog. Sentient feral kineticist entropist. Sick. Blah blah. Off to Volt.
I'm Dr. Volt. I'm playing the German artificer. I'm also sick. Yay! Wait, no, Vista.
No Viv. So I believe that's everybody, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately we are
Which
down a
sad
player
times.
tonight.
Yeah.
But life happens, unfortunately. Now we go to story time with Dee.
Yes, hello, everybody. Last time was session 36, Fated Meeting, Musical Greeting. Aristep, you are. For those who do not remember, a brief synopsis of what occurred previously. We we finally decide to go to what's left of the afterlife of last lost people in an attempt to save whatever bits of it we can. And so we started jumping across the spheres, and we ended up on one wherein an enormous cosmic horror was consuming a planet. On the edge of the sphere, Fragmenaut found have a brief moment before this inconceivably massive entity completes its approach. Dr. Volt's knowledge from the Akashic Record avails him that this entity is a World Eater. However, what kind of World Eater escapes him. Even as the group ponder what they can even do in this situation, the eyeless monstrosity pokes its head through the sphere, looking at their callers. It stares, much as it is stared at. Paint, not having a single inkling at the danger this creature poses, decides to move toward the titanic head to offer meat that he has in his bag. Lost and Fret motion in panic, trying to stop the canine from going toward the entropic creature. Unfortunately, they fail, as Paint reaches the head and lays out a comparatively tiny mound of meat before it. Tilting its head, the entity lets out a chuckle that echoes even the soundless void of space. Paint bounces up and down, tail wagging excitedly at this response. As the creature's jaw opens slightly, an arrow-tipped tongue slides out and scoops up the meat, retreating quickly back within. The action forcing the entirety of Foof to back up, including Last trying to drag Paint further back, unable to move the wild dog outside his will. Several of the recallers see that the tongue itself is wrong. The barbs of the organs seemingly distorting time around itself and whatever it touches. Fret keeps a potentially explosive book held aloft like a grenade, as futile as that might be. Heedless, Paint tries to telepathically contact the entity with "Friend?" The act causes the Fae to go unconscious as their mind brushes against something beyond the ken of any being. Like a wall of static blockading the lesser being from interacting fully with the over entity. Last rapidly scoops up the unconscious dog and scurries further away. The entity responds with an audible "oops." Slowly putting away his incendiary index, Fret pulls out his chalkboard, scribbling out "Greetings." While the entity doesn't have eyes, it probably doesn't matter. In an attempt to salve whatever harm may have come to Paint, the Kitsune briefly attempts to use healing magic to wake the pup, to no avail. "Hello, tiny souls." Putting away his sitar, Fret replies with a similar greeting, though lacks a good descriptor for the entity. "What brings you?" Fret asks what the creature is. "Entropy." The Kitsune writes out that he and his group are travelers, heading off to another sphere, pointing in a direction. The entropic creature turns its head to look, then looks back at the group. Fret tries to bribe the creature with their team's knowledge of desolate worlds for eating. Volt bringing up the candy world. "They are not of my sphere." Thus the realization this creature is not so much trapped as operating in this sphere as its territory. Fret offers to show the entity where things are, that the World Eater might determine what is appropriate for it to consume. As he goes about pulling out all his charts and tools. Lost briefly attempts to speak before he is frozen by traumatic terror again, while Fret points out the star the candy world is on. "Perhaps I will take a visit, but what brings you here?" Fret says they're just taking a rest stop. They can't travel very far, but they'll be gone soon. A shame. Everything will be. The fox has a worried look at the implication everything will be gone soon, in the grand scheme of things. Gathering his courage, Last sets Paint at Shoal's side and approaches the creature. He asks if the entity knows of his people's afterlife, a sphereless world in the dark. "You will have to be more specific," So Lost replies, describing the afterlife, and the god keeping things intact. Fred tries to telepathically warn Last against giving so many details. The smoke line feels the being's gaze upon him more than the others as it considers this. I do not normally pay attention to remnants, only when some are particularly interesting. There is one near, tiny, weak. It does not have much time left, even by normal standards. Recognizing this is likely the place, Lost gestures to the wormhole and explains they had hoped to use it to get to the crumbling flame before it is disintegrated. Also, tell your little shadow friend that hiding is rude. Volt immediately calling out Dextrol that the hiding is not working. Curious creature. Putting away his things, Fred instead swaps his charts for his ceremonial tea set. Amusement radiates off the eldritch creature. The foxfolk prepares some tea for himself and a little bit of extra in case any of his teammates, the conscious ones, want any. The entropic entity continues to watch the Kitsune curiously. This is the single most interesting interaction I have had with creatures of your type. Fred brings a cup of tea to Lost as well as Volt, then brings several cups of tea closer toward the World Eater. Dropping his cup from his shaking hand, the paladin snaps an arm out, firmly telling the fox not to approach. Unlike the others, the Savnos must witness the true horror of this creature. A living system of magnetic pool and event horizons, an aberrant black hole given form. So instead of approaching, the Kitsune gives Last another cup, then moves a fair distance away from the group to set the tea down. He gestures toward the offering once he's back with the group, allowing for the entity to have it. I do not think I have ever been offered tea before. You are a most interesting lot. It then looks to Lost, noting his magnetic vision. The smoke line stating that even a quarter blind, he can see the entity's true shape. This seems to amuse the entity. I would rather not eat any of your friends, especially after they have been so courteous. Then it extrudes a tongue again, pulling in the tea, cups and all, dexterously back into its maw. When Fred finishes his tea, he pulls out his sitar to idly perform to while away the time, plucking lazy notes that ring and echo across the vast empty. Luckily for the recallers, it appears as though this pleases the World Eater, who knew an embodiment of entropy would have an affinity for music. One way or another, somehow the recallers' cordial and otherwise polite behavior seems to have endeared them to the eldritch being. So they are left to their devices peaceably while they wait for Dextrol to be able to jump again. Eventually, Paint manages to awaken, their mind in a deep fog after having touched the psyche of entropy itself. By then, Lost is holding on to the wild dog, rocking back and forth facing away from the entity to preserve his sanity. Once recovered enough, Paint laps at Last's face, then pulls out his painting supplies when permitted free of his stead's arms. The Odd paints an image of the creature with himself on its head, both of them looking happy. Thankfully, it only serves as a representation, failing to capture the creature's true essence. He then takes another paper and paints "Friends" on it. Both papers are taken over to the creature, Paint quick to back away out of gravitic range. Though not before putting one of his one-size-fits-all stickers on the back of the proper painting, though. Amusement emanates from the creature, and its curiosity is piqued at the sight of the patch. Belle must decide how it can pick up the gift without breaking it. The moment it manages to pick up the painting, it sizes up to the cosmic horror size, breaking the patch in the process. So now there is a planetary-sized paper that is pulled into the sphere right in front of Foof. I'm gonna put this on the fridge energy. Pausing his performance to watch this occur, Fret restarts playing his music with a dejected sigh. It looks at the painting curiously, emanating amusement again. Then it raises the painting to the edge of the sphere and leaves it there, as though one might place it on a window or refrigerator. Paint has made a friend. Dextro stays completely still and silent as much as possible, just waiting for his jumping ability to recharge. Meanwhile, the eternally curious mad scientist decides to ask the creature what it's like being a system of collective event horizons. In turn, the creature asks what it's like being a mortal creature made of meat. Bolt proceeds to ask other questions while he can, such as what it's like to not have a finite perception of time. The answer to this one causes him to think for a bit on the nature of observing objects in higher and lower dimensional qualities. Eventually, Dex tells the group he is good to go, and the recallers pack up what things they must. Fred's scribbling out that they'll be leaving shortly, asking if the being has any questions for them. Oh, I have plenty, but I assume you'll be stopping by on your way back, and you are on a time limit. Fred gives a non-committal shrug, looking over to the team leader. Doing his best not to look back at the entity, Last replies that they'll be back if they can even leave their destination. Well, as a gesture of friendship, let me just do this. The creature smiles for the first time and reaches out a hand, moving the wormhole just a little bit. It becomes smaller, more streamlined. They just witnessed absolute proof this entity can leave its sphere when it pleases and go wherever it wishes to. Fret scribbles out thanks, followed by Last expressing appreciation for this kindness. Paint sneezes in agreement, bursting with fire energy. This instant draws the entity's attention briefly. How quaint. You should probably get that under control. Now off with you, little creatures. The recallers grab onto their cough, making ready to take their impromptu shortcut. Luckily for them, the cosmic incarnation righted the wormhole, smoothing the pathway. As they move through the tunnel, the light of stars stretches and stretches and becomes less numerous. On the other side, Dextrol brings the team to a tiny, rocky, gray world lit by a dying star, ever so close to the darkness. This place feels less like a world and more like a husk, something cold and away and empty. In one direction, they can see only blackness, and in the other are truly, vastly distant stars. Off into the darkness is one tiny, golden speck in the sky. As Dextrol sits down, he says that the best he can do from here is catapult the recallers to the area. He asks if there's anything else they want to do to prepare beforehand. Fret puts out an umbrella. Paint goes over and provides head pats while he can. Well, arm pats. Last thanks the cough, asking him to wait either until the remnant fades or they return. As they ready to leave, a deep cold sinks onto the husk of a world. A familiar cold, rippling nothingness and vibrating voice follow. From a rift steps forth an unraveler, segmented blade at the ready, dragging its tip upon the ground. The same one that had marked Fragment Not Found so long ago, before paint had ever been involved. It speaks in low, rasping rhyme as it seems to almost gloat as it approaches. And combat.
As Key slowly skips ahead in his notes to past combat.
Yeah, we learned an awful lot about the Unraveler, including the fact that because it marked us, it can cause us to, I think it's once a round, take damage that someone else inflicts on it,
Yeah, it's got shared pain.
except for paint.
Who was never marked?
Yep.
Paint
It can
does the marking.
it can do other things too. All right. And also, it kind of started to unwind at the end and became evil spaghetti monster. A very large evil spaghetti monster, I might add. It slowly begins to sink into the nothing, singing a finale to its eerie tune, singing of the hunger of the void, the unraveled threads, and that it is not alone. Moving closer to his allies, Shoal unleashes pulses of healing energy, healing hurts and knitting together wounds. Fret's eyes flicker as he regains consciousness, Paint running over to lick the fox and heal him further. Once more, the desolate, barren planet is silent. Dextro pulls himself from Dr. Volt's shadow, finally out of hiding. Several of the team dispense further healing where possible, knowing the wounds they've suffered will not heal on their own. Not the damage suffered from an unraveler. When it seems everyone is recovered, Dextro clears his throat, asking if the team is ready to launch, or if they have anything else they'd like to do to repair. Everyone gained a level. I should note this counts as a seal bot level. We are too far from Twilight to get seals.
Yep.
Gathering Fragment Not Found into a group, Dextro begins chanting that he's not going to miss. He's not going to miss. He's not going to miss. And he charges into his recallers, pushing them into his shadow jump. They tumble through the shadow plane, closer and closer to the darkness of oblivion. And then they pop out in a divine realm. Paint, Last, and Shoal manage to jump out on their feet. Unfortunately, Volt and Fret do not. The latter landing on his face, and the former on their back. There, fragments stand upon the precipice of a cliffside overlooking a vast forest. In the distance, dotted amongst the trees, are towering buildings like gleaming spires. Down a switchback trail are more traditional buildings of stone and pillar, like temples of yore. Last stares, awestruck, at the sight of a heaven unlike any he had read of. His friends look to him for direction, action, but he seems unable. Yet this inaction is short-lived as a haggard, hunched individual approaches them. Even compared to the tallest of the recallers, he yet towers over them, and may have at one time been an idealized figure. A mane of burning red, fur like burnt charcoal, and a tail ended in flame. Avnos, the absent father, the exiled god of the Savnosi pantheon. Dark bags rest beneath their eyes as though they have not slept in years. The god expresses elation to find that there are those dead who are not deleted or trapped in this afterlife. Extending a hand, Avnos begs for them to join him, to eat, to rest, and they would have their questions answered. Explanations given for what happened, why the absence of the other gods. Even now, Lost seems hesitant to even move, as though it would shatter a dream to do so. So it is Fred who takes the god's hand, and the realm shifts around the group. They find themselves in a great hall with many Savnos already inside, setting the feasting table with food. Savnos of all kinds, from pre-transition to those in the midst of it and those after. and all food from Lost Homeworld. Avnos implores for the recallers to sit, eat, and recuperate, that their questions will be answered soon. It is the weary gods' hope that they will be able to save the souls deleted by the undergods, while the rest of the Sevenosi souls are plunged into oblivion to rejoin the cycle anew with Avnos. Distraught, Last wonders if there is any way to save it all. Tapping his friend's shoulder, Fretch shows his palm and the glowing green number 6 on it. It's a long shot, but perhaps there are ways they can save more than just a few broken souls. Gonna break it here a little bit. We did have it explained that that will not work because we do not have a bus station back at Twilight. We never made that happen.
No shortcuts this time.
We could probably take them to the marketplace, but that's about as good as taking them back to Twilight in the first place. Avnos
Well, I
makes
mean-
it.
I'd argue that it's better than nothingness.
I mean, yes, both options are better than nothingness. The only problem being that if we take them to the marketplace, the options are the marketplace and Oblivion. Because they can only ever go back to where they came from.
Era is just going to Erabane specifically is just going to look at Yuki and be like, "Why do you keep bringing things here?"
No, I think this is expected. Also, I don't think he'd actually be upset at Lost for doing what he is inevitably going to try and do.
Lol. I believe that was... There we go.
Well, there's a little more left before the end. Avnos makes note of Lost's new patron, Erebane, and hopes they are not of the Sevenosi realms. When Last confirms they are not, he compares them to Darak from the Sevnos homeworld, but so much more. And thus the exhausted god decides to collect a number of gifts that should be presented to the Unforgotten. Heartened, Lost sits at the table and removes his helmet. He begins to weep as he tastes, for the first time in over a century, the food of his homeworld. Food he never thought he would have again. Shoal pads over and pats the sobbing Smoke Lion's knee. Time is short, but there is time yet. For now. Day 10 of 60 approaches. Session 37. Gods in Exile.
Yep, so you guys are at a table with a lot of food, and I do believe you guys have already made the request for Tupperware.
Yes.
So, you guys are allowed to recover. Eating this does count as a hero's feast, so you all will gain... Oh, goodness, did I close that tab on myself already? I think I did.
Woo.
Hero's feast. Pathfinder. Yep, you guys will gain, as long as you spend the hour. Let's see... You have no sickness or nausea. You receive the benefits of both neutralize poison and disease. If you had one, you each gain a D8 temporary hit points plus 10. And you get a +1 morale bonus on all attack rolls and will saves, and a +4 on all or against all poisons for 12 hours. So roll a D8, everybody, add 10. That's temporary hit points, and you basically get a +1 to a bunch of stuff.
Hooray. Also, I almost forgot to put up my tracker.
Yee.
Oh, yeah, that is a thing that...
Now, I don't know if there's anything in specific that you guys want to discuss at the table while you're at the table, because you have an hour or so to do so. I'm not hearing anything, so I am going to move things along a little bit. um, do you guys or anybody possess some sort of like bag of holding, haversack, something like that?
Oh yeah, secure pay pack.
Good, because you're gonna need somewhere to put all this Tupperware because they legitimately package up literally everything at the table. And you could carry around all that Tupperware, but you probably want to put that in the bag of holding, honestly.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you for the sub. 9 lives. It's over in YouTube.
Lost is eventually going to compose himself and stop sobbing like an idiot, and he'll pack up the Tupperwares.
Yeah, Fret can store 140 pounds of whatever things.
I do believe that means that you will be able to store everything. Good. I hope there's not that much food. When you guys are done eating and done, unfortunately, packing away all the Tupperware, because, you know, you gotta be careful with all that stuff. And it's legitimate type Tupperware, too. Like, for you, Vari, since I know you're not quite from a modern world, and for Paint, this would be interesting things that you're seeing here. You have plastics in Oleron, but not like this. It's usually
No,
very
the
cheap.
hard plastics, right?
Yep. It's usually very expensive too. But an envoy wearing very nice full plate armor will go ahead and step up as soon as everything's kind of packed away. His hands folded behind his back, he will clear his throat. And then motion towards a door for you guys to follow.
Last will follow.
He will lead the way through the great halls of this place, further in. And once you guys get to a particular door, you realize it's not the fanciest door in this place. It's honestly probably the most normal door in this entire place. It almost looks like a shack door. He will knock, wait a moment, then open it for you, revealing a large chamber with a fire pit in the center that is decorated in a way you would expect a hunting shack to be decorated. At the back, the throne is actually more of a large wooden chair with furs and other things that have been used to make it soft rather than a classic stone or, you know, golden throne. It's honestly kind of just an oversized chair. You see the Savnos before you holding a cup of what Key would recognize as a drink that in his day became kind of, you guys kind of look at it in disfavor now. It's a particular liquid made from taking some berries off a particular tree, a very bitter berry, and stewing it with some sweet leaves, basically boiling it until the berries are cooked down and stuff, removing the solids and then boiling that down into a powder. It's not dissimilar to coffee or instant coffee in a lot of ways. It has a similar compound to caffeine, but it also has a slight amount of a very notorious drug. Even though it was really popular back in the day and many people drank it, y'all kind of look back and go, why did people drink this? Kind of like the early days of Coca-Cola.
Ah, yes, I see.
Good news is it wasn't typically enough to be lethal for the drug component of it, but there were some levels of addiction that were had. He does look so much better on the throne right now. It's still obvious that he is very exhausted, but... Ooh, we got a Viv listening in right now. Hi, Viv.
Greetings to the Viv.
Viv may not interact. He's at work, so... As you guys walk in, he nods his head, and you will be instantly offered a cup of this stuff. Key, you would know notoriously this stuff kind of tastes like dirt.
Also, this is legitimately chicory.
Yes.
Spectacular.
Bear in mind that it has components that are caffeine-like and the stuff that used to be in Coca-Cola-like, since I don't want to get in too much trouble here.
Lost is going to find a way to politely decline.
Do any of you wish to take a mug of this stuff, since to you guys this is just some sort of hot drink?
Unless otherwise stopped, Fret will shrug and gesture as if he wants one.
Yep, you will be provided a mug. Anybody else want to take the hot unknown juice that is being offered to you?
Does 31 of knowledge inform me of anything of this?
Let me see here. You have a vague recollection. You think it's a coffee-like substance, or maybe a tea of some form. But it's kind of hard to tell specifically.
Dr. Volt will take some.
All right. Hey, Paint.
Yes.
Are you going to take the mysterious drink offered to you?
After looking over at last for approval. And giving it a sniff.
It's probably going to smell bitter.
Yeah, it smells very, very bitter with a weird sweet hint behind it.
He'll give it a sip.
Okay.
Or lap.
Those of you that are sipping it, I need you to go ahead and roll a fortitude save.
Oh boy.
Oh, don't worry. The addiction scale is only if you roll a 1 and then follow it up with another 1.
Dr. Volt thinks it could be stronger.
It's not a 1!
It's not a 1. Those who drink this fluid, by the way, it does have a very earthy flavor to it. You can get the tiniest hint of sweetness to it. Whatever they added definitely probably pulled flavor out, or not necessarily covering it up, but literally is covering up something. Those of you that do drink this gain a +2 to alertness for the next 12 hours, meaning you get +2 to perception checks and +2 to any time that you need to perceive your surroundings. You also get +2 to any tedious tasks like crafting or something that you might do in this time. This stuff definitely helps you focus, and you feel clear, kind of good, and like you're ready to face the day. It's like coffee with extra oomph.
It's like coffee with amphetamines.
You're not wrong.
Paint is running in circles.
Yeah, Lost expected.
I don't know what's worse, giving the dog the coffee or giving the fairy the coffee.
The fairy dog
They're
is the worst.
one and the same.
I know, that's what I'm stating. Both of these are really bad ideas.
So, Fret will gesture as if he wants another.
You will be poured another. You only get the benefits once. You only have to
Yep,
roll the
but,
fortitude once a week.
Fret will do.
So thank you for the sub.
Let's see. Do I have?
Are you taking some home?
Yeah, Fret's gonna put it in his secure payback.
Understood. while you guys are drinking, the last of the servants leave the room and close the door behind them, leaving you in this hunting hall-like-esque place in front of the Savnos that I can never remember the name to, even though I have it written down on another page, but I'm not looking at that page right now.
It's literally Avnos. You can just drop the S.
Avnos will clear his throat and go, I apologize for the state that you initially saw me in. Fighting off the darkness takes a lot of energy, and I have to patrol to make sure some of the things from down there don't slip in, which they do quite frequently now with how close we are. I believe I owe at least one of you an explanation where I've been for I don't know how many years before things ended.
There are stories, but there is no telling how true they were.
Allow me to tell you the real story as one of the last Savnos, so what was can be documented properly. As you know, I have reigned in my throne as the top of this pantheon, or the pantheon that was for many, many centuries, much longer than I ever expected. It is not unusual for a new pantheon to rise, to gain power, and to succeed those. But I had the luxury of remaining for probably far, far too long. Granted, I was not willing to just give up my throne either. I expected it to happen one day. But pantheons rose and pantheons fell. Gods stood, so did heroes before, fading away like we all eventually do. And yet we remained in power. But then a new breed of god entered the Underrealms. Heroes became heroes based on name alone, not necessarily by action, but perceived action. The world was changing in ways that we saw, but I don't think could truly comprehend. Our time was fading, but we remained still, while those below us treated everything differently. They used newer weapons like the one you carry. They organized themselves in little groupings. They had a you're either with us or against us mentality. They were quick to snap up those who emerged on their level, forcing them to join or face erasure. They would ally themselves with bitter enemy for a common goal, and the means justified the ends. We thought that maybe their own hubris would take them down, and for many leaders it did, but when one leader fell, another took hold. It was unusual. They ignored us for a long while in their fights amongst each other, till one of us reached out to pull a devout into our circle and sanctum, and their eyes turned to us. We thought we would see war. We were prepared for war. But they chose something unbelievably cruel. They started with my devout and aimed and cut them from their ties, from reality, using their combined forces with intent to throw us out so we couldn't interfere with their fights. Anybody that tried to aid me in my pantheon was quickly also targeted. Their devout were targeted and ripped free. We started to hold them in, which gave them a window to do something that shocked us and proved their inability to understand how far their actions were really going. They, once we were too busy holding in our devout to keep them from getting flung out into the nothing, cut our part of the heavens free and flung it towards the darkness. They couldn't delete us and they couldn't fight us, but they could busy us. Those that were with me in the fight to hold in went with me. And while our planet still survived, as we drifted away, we struggled to maintain connections. We had to make hard choices as we drifted further away, trying to stop ourselves, trying to hold in the souls, trying to maintain a connection, but those connections slowly snapped, and as you all lost faith, our ability to hold on to your world ceased. Unfortunately, we could only watch as the actions of the undergods came to fruition. Their mistakes of ripping out a large chunk of power from our sphere had consequences that sent our star spiraling down a path. It had a hole in it now. We struggled to try and stop the drift towards the darkness. And for a while we thought we had a handle on it, till we watched our sphere collapse in on itself and fall into the darkness. The draw the darkness pulls ever stronger every day. And many of us that were strong made attempts to pin us out until we could find a way to save the souls ripped from our reality. And one by one they sacrificed themselves until all that remained was me. We did not abandon you. We were torn away. $583 souls, if I should let go now, would cease to exist. But you may have a place for them to go. Yes.
Fret nods.
I beg of you to take these souls with you, so I can relinquish my hold, and allow me and the souls that are still part of everything rejoin our brethren in the cycle, so we may be born anew. I offer gifts to your Dogon, to you if you request it. written word of what we were if you care for it. Any of your requests I can fulfill, I will. If you take them with and offer them solace somewhere.
Pardon me, Foch. Amongst that list of requests, you are a deity, yes?
Yes,
A vial of your blood.
my blood. Why for my blood?
There is a problem that I have found that requires gods.
Do you mean... Do you mean divine essence or my actual blood?
He means essence.
That will be done. I don't have
Also,
much.
Era, I have to ask, what is the craft DC of making a spaceship?
The craft DC is you do not have the time right now, so please don't make me figure it
Yeah.
out. I know it's
But,
possible. I've seen people figure it out. Please don't make me go through that.
But
All I'm saying is the spell that I took for my 3rd level spell has made my craft skill do stupid.
What were you about to say, Vardy?
Okay, so Fret will hastily scribble out. I don't know if we can bring everyone with us. We have limited capacity.
We can only save as many as we can. I want to save them all. I do.
Fret does hold up a finger, though. And then we'll hastily scribble out. We have an alternative, though.
What is the craft DC of a cough trailer?
After this, please. Oh my god. As long as you take them from this realm, and somewhere where they'll be safe, however you wish to accomplish the task. Any other requests or questions?
How are we to be expected to gather these souls?
It will be ready for you. They... And nobody here knows where we are. They're in a fog of the afterlife. As far as they're concerned, nothing has changed. I will release those that are to go with you from that fog, and I can send you to the planet from which you came. It will use up the most of my power doing so. But it's the best offer I have. I can
Fret,
go ahead.
Fret will scribble out. I would feel more comfortable if those that come with were given the choice.
The problem is that those that go with, or I'm sending with you, are like you. If not brought somewhere, they will go to the nothing.
If not saved, there will be no more than scavenged parts for things like the unraveling.
If they wish
And
that...
I will not let that happen.
If they wish that fate, that can be done after they leave here.
There are many questions I could ask. but I shall keep them few. First, do you know if those I was close to have made it here?
They likely fell into the darkness to be born again.
Lost looks down, slightly dejected at this. Not like he wasn't prepared for that answer, though. I see. Then, is there any other way that we can aid you while these souls are gathered?
Unfortunately, no. I have it for now, though. I look forward to finally resting.
It might ring hollow, but I wish that I could save you.
I will be born again, my child. You mistake falling into the darkness to a permanent end, but those that go into the darkness see the light again soon enough. Nothing is truly ever erased, my child. Things just take different forms. And for us, it is our time for our kin to fade and be reborn as something new. Only you are the exception to that rule.
And I suppose I shall still be the last. Very well. I thought I would have so much more to ask of you. And now I can only thank you for being the father that our species needed.
Avnos will stand up and pick up a particular box. When you leave here, those outside will give you some books for you to remember us by, information about our species so you won't forget. But this is for him. You probably already know what's in this box. Last Lost, based on its shape, and he offers it over to you. He will, of course, when you go to take it, open it if you wish to tell the party what they see.
So, Last is surprised that Avnos even bothered opening the box. He didn't quite expect this to get handed over at all. In fact, he wasn't quite sure that it still existed. But to most mortal perception, the interior of that box doesn't contain anything. Because I assume this is a long box, right, Era?
I warned you that I was going to leave which of his artifacts he was going to give over.
Ah, okay.
So it is your choice which of the artifacts of your people this god has chosen to present to you as a gift for taking in his people.
His artifacts or any of the Pantheon's artifacts?
Any.
Any. Oh, okay.
Yep, I did warn you about this part. I said I couldn't choose, so I was just going to let you choose. It could be any of them.
Oh, okay. That
It
makes life so much easier.
Yep. Any of the ones he thinks best fits your people.
Oh. Well, my earlier statement still holds because inside this box is an ornate golden mask. And in one eye is set an emerald lens, and in the other, an amethyst lens, with engravings similar to stars in place of pupils. And it's a half mask that seems to have a veil attached to it, and the veil itself appears to be made of liquid darkness specked with starlight. And he's going to stare up at Avnos in abject disbelief. I don't know if he will accept this. But thank you. I will give it to him all the same.
Accept no answer other than yes.
I understand. He will take the box and close it.
As far as the essence, I will break down a minor artifact for such endeavors of yours. I wish not to overdo it. Is there anything else you ask of me? Do you need time to prepare thyselves for your journey?
Out of character, I'm looking at the rest of the players here.
Fret scribbles out. I'm pretty sure that Dextrel needs to rest a good while.
All I know is Dr. Volt has had coffee and Ritalin, has a new spell he wants to try out, and really, really wants to know if he can pack, 250 souls into a trailer that he can tie to Dextrel's.
Kaya, I sent
Yes.
you a magical item.
Ooh. Fret will scribble out. Not from me, but perhaps a gift. And Fret will pull out a small box and offer it over to Avnos. And we'll then scribble out a last little bit of this is my last one.
What is it?
Fret will pop open the box, and it is one serving of tobacco and a smoke stick, or rather, tinder twig.
Go out the way we came in.
Does Avnos accept?
Yeah, he'll accept.
Spectacular.
Take the time that you needed to prepare yourselves. I will have somebody bring you your divine essence. Never grabbed your names.
Fred will try to be real fancy and italics with his writing as he writes out Fred's signature.
And you,
Gee,
Richie. And you, the one with the goggles and the white fur.
Assuming that means Dr. Volt. Dr. Volt will introduce himself as Dr. Volt. Well, already going through several calculations on how to try to make an at least one-time use of this spell as a magical object.
And you, my child.
I was called Hulserif once.
You see the faintest smile appear on his face. A wonderful name if I do say so myself.
A name I have not felt worthy of for a long time.
Names are a gift, not of value. Never understand. Go make the preparations you need and allow me to know when you are ready. I will remain here as I must for now.
I pray we shall not make you wait long.
What is another century if not a day? The darkness will have what it craves when I say it gets it.
And Lost is going to kind of stiffly bow. He's got the box held close to his chest and move to excuse himself so that we can prepare.
Yep. I've got to go and get a drink and take my meds, so I'm going to BRB really quickly. You guys are free to discuss whatever plan you're going to put together to deal with these. You know you can make it to the small planet. After that, it is in your guys' hands how you handle this situation. When you do walk out, you guys are presented with about 5 books. They didn't want to overload you, but, you know, the vain attempt at this is who we were, so we're not forgotten kind of thing. You know, like a golden record almost. Floating in space.
Kind of not as much as Lost would have expected, to be honest.
I mean, if it's 5 blessed books.
If you guys want more, you can definitely ask for more, because they'll be happy to give you whatever, as far as the books are concerned. Cookbooks, literature, history books.
Oh, absolutely cookbooks.
Yeah.
I was just expecting Last to correct him on Paint's name, but
Nope, for these people, your name is Dao Chi.
He was going to, and then he got addressed, and it entirely became Lost.
No, it became Chi.
I'm sorry.
So Dr. Volt's plan, as per what Era said he DM'd me, is he's going to attempt to
Where will you do this?
warp the spell. A spell you all probably may be familiar with. I think everyone's just noticed this spell on a spell list at one point or another. A Magnificent Mansion.
Oh!
oh, our
Trying to come up with some sort of Hoth Magnificent Mansion trailer that can be used at least one time to shove all of these souls inside and drag them wherever.
I wonder if I could have a quick cameo of an old character.
And I'm going to do my best not to stutter as I say these. So I have to ask, I'm going to be using my nanite surge to do this. And I will then ask, does a roll of a... Hold on, getting at the weapon modifiers already. Okay. Does a roll of a 72 do that?
Jeebus.
Also, get bestow insight, nerd, +2 to that.
Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot to add, since this is one of those tedious tasks, sorry, that would be a 74, and then now a 76.
Our old Rooms and Reptiles campaign, where we were all kobolds, we decided to... So the DM had a plan for how the story would go, and we all basically, as a group, decided, actually, we're just going to go get a group of kobolds, get a tribe of kobolds, take them across the world to the Kobold Mountains, and settle a kobold kingdom there. And the way we transported all of them was with the Magnificent Mansion spell permanently tied into a wagon.
That's basically what I'm trying to do, yeah.
And, like, it was a slightly dumbed down one. We could only have 30 people in it at a time. But, like, even when we got an airship, we wound up getting the wagon on there and bolting it down so it wouldn't, roll all over the place. And it was great.
So if anyone wants to understand how this is happening,
except for the one time that the dumb fighter of the group decided to try and change how the mansion was laid out.
Uh-oh.
He wanted a mirror. I forget what he wrote, but next time we went in, we had a murder mystery.
Oh lord. Also,
the
Taya,
spell Arcane Reinforcement. You get to add your spellcraft and your craft together.
Oh!
And Artificer. And now you understand how that number has happened.
So, maybe this is me having watched the Critical Role show. Could you not attach the Magnificent Mansion to, like, a door?
So, a thing that I was thinking of that would be, something that would be intrinsic to a cough would be to attach it to a shadow cache.
That would be an interdimensional space. You need an object.
Oh, yeah, that is fair.
I just still really just like the mental image of, our shadowy free dragon flying through non-space with one of those, the Winnebago trailers just snaking up and down behind it as it flies through space.
God. So I've got a very important question for you. Since you're making a temporary minor fucking artifact with the 70 goddamn 2.
6, actually, 76.
Well, technically an actual artifact at 76. Temporary or not.
You now see why I was questioning what the DC of creating a spaceship was.
We haven't time, sadly.
Yeah, no matter how big your craft is, making a spaceship takes too long.
Yeah, it does say under the crafting rules that even if you destroy the check, you only get to have the time twice.
So the question is, what object are you going to turn into this?
I have a cool idea, potentially. Maybe.
I'm half expecting Taya to just tell me an actual Winnebago. at
I'd
this
like
point.
legitimately, I am half intending to just say an actual Winnebago trailer until Vari says his idea.
A book. One of the books.
Huh.
Paint holds up his ball.
I don't know if Rex would appreciate all the company.
Are you kidding? Biggest frat party in history?
I don't think they would like that. The
No,
company.
that,
Also, the ball can't be used because it's not a mundane item.
I do like the book idea because that is like a good thematic thing of
So,
although this has such a ring to it, I'm sure it probably already exists.
how many hours does it make you to, or take you to make this item?
To do a, I mean, it's up to you how long this whole thing would take, but I do believe it would take at one second.
I think it's what, like 8 hours usually for, or something like that, is like a bare minimum.
Yeah, it's like 8 hours per 2,000 silver pieces in value. If you
Yeah, gold,
increase
2,000
the DC, you can get like 4,000 per 8 hours.
Yeah, so the fact that it includes a 7th level spell, which would, for just the scroll that it would be being used in that's 2,275 GP, not hours.
Yep, I'm doing the math. Divided by... Ooh, that's going to take a while. 6 days, roughly.
Mm.
Which you might not want to do here.
Yeah, we may need to do that on Husk Planet. But we can probably get whatever materials we need here.
Dr. Volt also has another possible idea that might be worth fielding. So the reason it's about to fall into darkness is Avnos is really tired, right? Like he's about burnt out.
He's been holding this this afterlife from the darkness for centuries now.
Well, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Would artifact level crafting of things be able to reinforce a god's ability to keep it together?
No. Other gods have literally tried.
Okay, because I'm questioning if a god counts as something that could be biotech. But Dr. Volt still does have those couple of bonuses to a biotech creation.
Yeah, I can promise you that no. Currently, the only reason why this hasn't fallen in the darkness is due to stubbornness. There is nothing that can stop this process.
The dark is inexorable and inevitable. You can only stave it off.
Yep. So even if you were to add on biotech, it technically the only reason why he has been able to hold on this long is because he's just that fucking stubborn.
The valid that I wasn't really considering it as a functional idea. I was just thinking, hey, you know, I do have that plus 10 to 1 biotech creation.
That would have been...
Which means that this would be an 86 if I were to use that for that.
Now, so yeah, we need to get all of the materials we can. Make the jump and then just set up camp and hope for the best. With a bunch of friends.
Over 500.
Yeah. When it comes to books, also Shoal has informed me that they want a book or books on sea shanties.
Yep, that's
So
on the list.
yeah, so they're probably going to get a stack of books about sailing culture. To save on carrying space, unless we can fit all the various things that we are bringing with us into Fret's bag.
Yeah, no, I'll have to get rid of a bunch of food then.
No, that's not happening.
That's hilarious.
Lost is going to suggest that when we get the souls gathered, that we should have each of them hold a book.
Hello, everybody. We're your saviors. We're going to bring you to safety. Don't worry. In the meantime, can you please hold this book? Thank you. You hold this book. Thank you. Everybody got your books? Nobody forgot your
Yes.
books?
I know it sounds silly out of context, but Lost's idea behind this charade, we'll call it, is that each soul will have a portion of the record of their world. And hopefully that will help anchor them enough that it will get everyone through this. There might not be enough books for all 583 souls, but that's fine. There's other things to hold.
I mean, 583 souls cannot hold all of Savnos' history.
I mean, no, but
They can easily all hold a book.
Yes. It doesn't all have to be history books, too. I'm sure a large chunk of it would be things like culture and, like you said, food and sailing and sea shanties, music, art, things that mattered.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. You guys can definitely gather some supplies for Dr. Volt's creation.
I've come up with a suitably artifacty name for this.
Oh.
Library of Souls.
I mean, OOC, I'm just glad you're not doing this to Dextril himself. Because he's technically still a construct and therefore an object.
Yeah, but he's magical.
Mm-hmm.
And also, he's got construct immunities, and that could conflict.
That is true. Look, you guys have done weirder.
I mean, Paint still very much intends for Volt to follow through on the his designs for the
yes,
upgraded
things.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh boy.
I've also been informed Shoal may have a handy haversack, which will help us a bit.
Yep. So you guys can bring a lot of stuff with you if you care to, which is a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we have food. There's probably going to be other things like tools, not just books. Things that will go in the bags that are not necessarily books.
Yep. Which is fine. Anything else you guys want to do while you're here? Because you guys can technically just spend some time walking around if you really want to. I don't know how much or how pressed you guys are, or you guys don't know how pressed for time you really are, or are not.
Yep. Fret would like to go hang out with Avnos, though.
Just hang out in his chamber while he sits there looking serious.
Well, Fret will he was shared what is effectively the equivalent of coffee with from Avnos. So Avnus will share what is actually coffee that he happens to have. A serving of hybrid coffee.
Fancy.
Oh, right. That's the thing. Dr. Vault is also going to want to bring back samples of the Ritalin coffee.
Yeah, Fret's got you covered.
Yep.
Fret's got you covered.
Key, I could not come up with a name for this stuff. If you want to name it, feel free.
Oh boy. Yeah. Because, spoiler alert, everyone, I didn't make this drug. This is an Era original.
Technically not a drug. It is a coffee-adjacent thing. It just happens to have tiny amounts of Coca-Cola in it.
Effectively.
I mean, both caffeine and that are drug.
Yes.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the reason why it fell out of favor for the Savnos specifically is because, well, when they transitioned, it no longer had the effects because they no longer have physical forms that it used to. And now they're looking back at it like, why the hell did people drink this stuff? There was that one stuff in it that was also a really big drug problem back in the day. We just don't understand.
Yeah, they tried to make a powdered version of it, and it turns out it was exceedingly toxic. So, yeah.
Yep.
Also, last having prior addiction problems. Turned down the coffee for good reason.
But you get to name it, Key. But yeah,
Hooray!
you can definitely share tea with Avnos. He is, for the most part, sitting there looking super serious. Like, super serial, man. Just
Also,
ain't-
Fret will.
Oh.
Fret will try to strike up conversation, or rather, scribble at him.
Give me a latte.
Oh no.
What?
But yeah, we'll relay that he is a psychopomp of sorts, and is wondering, with the history of his people, if there are any remainders that are have escaped that deserve damnation.
Not that he's aware of. Unfortunately.
Harry's like the most dedicated warlock ever.
I mean, yes.
Out of character, I literally tilted my head as if I could see Vari sitting beside me, and I had a look on my face.
What is Paint gonna do? I heard, yeah.
Paint is going to go in and sit next to the grumpy god and look up at him expectantly.
He's going to look directly at Fret like he doesn't know what he's supposed to be doing. Also, he's not grumpy.
Fret
He's
shrug.
focusing on keeping his place from falling in the darkness. Then he's going to look back at Chi. Can I assist you, Chi?
He is giving a bark and wagging his tail.
Oh. This one's a pet. Understood. Applies the pets.
Fret shakes his head.
No. Foreign language I don't understand.
Fret will scribble out. No, like he's a fake creature.
You know that look? That momentary pause when you tell somebody something that shocks them, and then he just kind of it's that moment of like wherever he freezes in place for like half a second, then just returns to petting the dog because it's like, well, I've already touched it, so if anything bad was going to happen, it's already happened, so whatever at this point.
Paint's heinous has surprised a god. Score 1 for Paint.
Paint 1, Divinity 0. Yeah, Lost will be calling out for Paint. Walk in. Huh. I'm not sure what I expected. I would have expected the both of you to want to explore a little, given the forest.
Paint just kind of waves a paw up at the grumpy god. Which I know he's focused, but to Paint he is grumpy.
Oh, Avnos has the problem I have. When he focuses on something, he looks angry.
Yes.
Hilarious.
And so Paint is doing therapy dog thing. To a god.
That's trying his best to keep things together.
Ooh, Taya got a raid.
Oh, hello, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome. We're doing the. Oh, I haven't been playing the music that's supposed to be playing. Whoops.
Hi, Kenku.
Hello,
Hi, Kenku. Thank you for the raid. I'm here with Era and Zim and Vari and Key.
And Viv is listening in and occasionally sending us messages.
Yeah.
Because he's at work, unfortunately.
Anyways, Fret will scribble out to Avnos. Also, if it would help, if you have any petitioners or attendants that wish to persist a while longer after, we have a means of prolonging things, and then we'll hold up his hand with the number 6.
It is best we not chance such things. I appreciate the offer, but our place is...
Threatens.
How high off the ground is the grumpy god slap?
He's taller than Lost. He's probably something 12 plus feet tall.
Okay, so not too tall for Paint to hop up, right?
Roll in acrobatics or athletics?
Absolutely.
Let's see if you do the dog thing where you jump into the chair end instead of the laugh.
There is no athletics here. But
Acrobatics.
there is
then.
acrobatics.
Yes.
There's also climb, but I mean,
He's not a cat.
yeah.
13.
Not quite enough.
He will keep attempting until
Roll.
he succeeds.
Oh, I was gonna say, okay, Last is just going to scoop up Paint and hold them up.
Oh, that works.
Must you bother, Avnos? He's quite busy, you know.
Paige just sends a long image of Wild Doggo Avnos with a storm cloud over his head.
He's going to stop, slowly pull Paint a bit closer. He glances up at Avnos.
Serious face.
He's not upset. He is protecting the realm, even now.
Paint is giving you the expression that lacks a critical, that shows a critical lack of understanding.
Just because you can see him here doesn't mean he isn't exerting his power and keeping back the darkness. Sometimes when someone focuses, they just look, unhappy.
My children used to tell me that I have something called resting bitch face when I am working.
Ah, yes.
I don't know what a bitch is to this day. But apparently I am one.
Paint
Brett
is
just
going to
silently
send
wheezing in the
along.
background.
Paint is going to send along mental image of anatomically correct female dog.
It's like paint,
That
no, please.
resembles Avnos.
This is
Huh.
completely lost on the god, and he just gets this image in his head and is just going to disregard that entirely.
Paint,
Oh, good.
please.
Paint's not getting smited.
Paint, please do not bother Avnos.
Era, I have DM'd a
Paint?
question.
Paint is sending image to last of now a tired Doggo Avnos with him laying next to the tired Avnos and giving comfort.
Your heart is in the right place, Paint. But until we have to leave, we should let him focus. Eventually,
Hey, Era,
Yes?
can Paint's belt also deny gravity?
No.
Aw.
Yep. Last is going to start carrying you out. Soon enough, he should.
I mean, I don't think you can carry him out.
You've already been lifted up.
You are not touching the ground.
It's Earth Elemental.
Paint is gonna sneeze.
Ow.
What element are you right now?
He's got to roll the d4
Well, we're
to
gonna
see what he
find out.
explodes into.
That would be Earth.
Ow. Rocks.
Actually, it would be poison, is what he explodes with, but it's, related to Earth.
Who in the person who designed this is the same person who decided that Scarmiglione should be poison.
Well, I mean, most poisons are earth-based. Same with
Most
acid.
everything is Earth-based. Most
Same-
existence is
technically acid.
Earth-based.
Same with acids.
It's either Earth or water. That's like everything that exists.
But this is perfect because Paint is going to grow the ground up in a cylinder around Last. And then
Yeah.
give himself a platform to stand on.
May I make a reflex save?
Yes?
We are leaving the hunting hut. We are apparently not leaving the hunting hut.
Oh no, you guys are leaving the hunting hut because the moment that Paint goes to do that, because Avnos doesn't want his area damaged, his personal space, you guys are outside now.
Just them, or is Fret still in?
Just them. Fret didn't try to raise the ground and change his personal space. So it's one of those situations where, yes, Paint, you do that, but the moment that you guys are up on the pedestal, you're outside now.
Fret is just silently crying, laughing.
Just, you watch as the ground shifts, and then suddenly they're out. They just... And he goes, "Do not damage my personal space."
Lost sighs and hangs his head as he's going to turn and try and move with Paint down the hallway so he can go out and explore the forest a little with Paint, so he can be mentally prepared for what's to come. Just
Was Paint
muttering,
able to?
What?
Was Paint able to get the ground under himself?
Yeah, but you're outside now.
Perfect. Well, yes, but now he can refuse to be moved.
Spectacular.
Wonderful. You're being as stubborn as Fizz when they've decided that they like a thing. Why does this remind me of when my father locked me out of his office?
Because you did just get locked out of the office.
Paint, please.
He resends the comfort image from before.
I don't. Fine. If this is what you want, fine. He lets go. Actually glowers at Paint. Sometimes you're spoiled, you know that?
Paint then gives sad eyes.
Your time would be better spent exploring the forest. Maybe you would find things we'd want back home. That's what I'm going to spend my time doing. There isn't anything left that we can do for Avnos.
He is going to send an image of Avnos alone as darkness closes in on all sides.
Paint not understanding that some people like that idea.
Well, yes, Paint has pack mentality. That is like anathema to him.
Lost folds his arms, adjusts his weight towards one leg. Paint. That is the end. But he is not going to be alone. There are souls we are not bringing with us. Souls that will go back to the cycle. And they will go back at his side. And maybe he'll get to be reunited with those he's lost.
Paint tilts his head for a moment, and then the same image, but he is now surrounded by a bunch of copies of Doggo Last all around him, followed by question mark.
Something like that. Yes.
Also, I have literally never heard anyone pronounce the word anathema like that.
I have heard it pronounced so many frickin' ways. Anathema, anathema, anathema. Now, I am curious. What does Google say? Right, how do we get... Okay, maybe Merriam-Webster. Yes.
So, Fret will
Okay,
scribble
the
out-
way you pronounce it is supposed to be the correct one.
So, Fret will scribble out to Avnos. Do you like music? Oh, did Era step away?
I guess he did.
Yep.
Well, since he's away, Paint is going to think about last response. Give a sneeze. Oh, still Earth. And move ahead of last towards the forest.
He seems satisfied by this result. He starts to go on after Paint. Who knows? Maybe we'll find Volt. Then again, he might be somewhere in the building looking at something or other.
Sorry about that. I had to step away for half a moment. My sibling wanted to call really quickly to ask me for money.
So, Fret scribbles to Avnos. Do you like music?
I prefer my silence.
Fret, will, then scribble out, okay, I got you then. And we'll, begin performing.
Are you doing Symphony of Silence?
I am!
Way to take that literally. All right, then.
And, Fret will burn the rest of his performance, on, doing that.
Well, then. That's, okay. All right, then.
16 charges of Symphony of Silence. And there we go.
By the way, Zim, I'm glad you decided not to try and go back in right now. The door would have been locked for you.
Oh.
You guys can have your quarrel outside his sanctum. All right.
It is Dad's private time. You may not enter the office.
Volt, are you just walking around poking at things?
I know Dr. Volta, he has to remain basically hard at work at this, only taking basic bio breaks.
Understood?
Yeah, that is one of the restrictions on the spell. That, it's 8 hours of fucking work.
I see. Well, you guys got 8 hours to spend here. Are you guys planning on leaving right away, or...?
Well, I mean, once we were ready, Last was willing to leave right away because that's kind of what needs to be done. He knows that he can't linger here, otherwise he would stay for an extended period of time.
Understood. As promised, the particular souls in question will be made privately aware of the situation and slowly gather for you all to take them. Of course, Avnos will make his way to the edge of the realm when you guys are ready to go. It moved to the edge looking outwards for several moments because he's got to actually aim this right. Before he'll look back and he'll be like, all those that served me, please serve the next just as you have me. Are you all ready? Looking towards the group.
Dr. Volt will just peer down, make sure that his cybernetics aren't glowing with pink energy as he brings these beings that are going into a life beyond afterlife into that world.
I know. But
That's a joke for Vari.
Fret, yeah. But Fret will do the affirmative nod.
We're as ready as we'll get, sir.
Fantastic. Tell me, do you know what it's like to be pure energy?
Fret has a confused look.
For a few seconds, yes.
You experience exactly what it's like to get ripped out of an afterlife and flung.
Out of character, because somebody has to say it, Avno said yeet.
And yes, Dr. Volt, you will be provided with an entire jar of divine essence.
Ooh.
Wow.
A literal
Dang.
mason jar.
Now.
I was about to say a whole mason jar.
Yes! He didn't know what else to put it in.
There are no plastic figurines in this mason jar, I hope.
But
You
you'll
stop that.
feel your bodies and spirits kind of jerk. And then for a few brief moments, you know exactly what it's like to be a comment of pure light flying through the space between. And you crash down hard onto this desolate planet with a bright flash and are left standing just as you were before. In a crater, though.
I was so tempted to just be like, Pate activates his belt.
He can actually ignore your belt. This is his realm.
Ah, damn.
Yet divine beings get to cheat.
And as you...
Especially
Lost all
in their
respect
realm.
for the treater.
Yeah, especially in their realm. Their realm is their laws. If you are to glance up after you land towards where you came from, the little twinkle of light that remains against the darkness barely visible will blink out.
Fret just gives a salute in that direction.
No ceremony, no fanfare. Just...
Last places a hand over his chest. Farewell. And be at peace.
An underappreciated 14 line that sprung to mind. And so it ends in unceremonious silence.
He's going to turn to Volt. Are we ready?
He needs several days. And...
Fret will
go ahead.
Fret will scribble out to last. So we do have the alternative option that we can offer to those that so wish.
He shakes his head. Where else would they go? They can only go to the market and back. And we only have so many trips between us, as he holds up his hand indicating the number.
Fret nods.
And Dextro pulls his way out of one of your shadows and goes, I am so glad to... What in the world is all this?
We are going to make Erebane very sad.
Paint is sending a mental image to everyone, including Dextrol, of Dextrol just loaded up with a whole bunch of small doggo lasts, just hanging from every part of him.
Well, you terrified me at the flash of light. I was growing concerned that you guys wouldn't come back. But this is going to be a very arduous trip, isn't it?
Fred shakes his head. Fred will scribble out.
I know.
Fred will scribble out. No, Dr. Volt's working on something to help.
I am creating something impressive even by my standards.
I am mildly terrified.
You should be. Because based on what Volt has told me, he's about to make an entire, looks over at Volt, facility inside a book.
I will leave my questions for much later. For the time being, this is a lot of souls.
It is.
I said, very upset.
583 souls.
Are they like you?
Some, yes.
Should
Others are in the midst of the transition, and others still are before it.
No, I mean, are they gonna do what you did, and I should definitely hide?
Is that or oblivion?
He blinks, confused. Like, each of his 4 eyes blinks asynchronously.
I heard about your kneeling before Erebane thing.
Oh, He puts both hands before himself, looking a bit concerned.
I was wondering if you were gonna say anything when your God literally just told your people to serve Erebane like they served him.
Fred will
Paint,
scribble out. Oh, good.
paint is wagging.
Oh boy. What is... Go ahead,
Fred will scribble out, let's survey the crowd. And then kind of does the gesture to the souls.
Did Fred just say that we should ask the crowd?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I know we have time, maybe. Glances up at the dying star. But, is that appropriate right now?
Fred will scribble out. Choice is important.
Well, yes. I was going to wait until we were
Paint is sneezing. In agreement with Fret.
safe to do
And
that.
explodes with electricity.
Fred
Yes.
flinches.
He's going to just sort of raise his voice a bit so the others can hear. Please keep a nominal distance from the quadruped. Zzz. Because Shoal is also there, and they should probably keep their distance from Shoal.
He likes to bite. Toothy mouth hugs take on a different meaning when it's a cat shark.
Oh boy. Well, I suppose we have time until Volt finishes.
Fred
For
nods.
now, we should use some of the supplies we gathered to set up some small comforts, and in the meantime, we should be able to talk to them. We'll see what they want.
Paint shakes his head and sends a long image of a table, rose petals scattered across it, candles all around,
Oh no!
and it is huge. With Erebane at the head of it, and a very, very, very large number of doggo lasts.
Oh god, Paint really misinterpreted what Dextrel said.
Oh no. Oh no.
Out of character. No. No. No, one of the I don't know if you know this or not, or Zim. One of the things that Last did after he got out of his funk is he basically went in and knelt before Arabane and was like, I'm gonna serve you, and Arabane is like, I don't want a paladin, serve the city instead. And Dextrel knows of this and is worried that Arabane's going to get a line of Savnos all trying to decree their loyalty to him now, and Arabane's going to be like,
Oh, it would make her so upset.
Paint doesn't know about that.
no.
What Pain knows about is Last's profession of love for Era.
Oh my gosh.
There's also the aspect that Last has quite often served Arabane dinner.
I mean, yeah, why not? But look, people are misinterpreting. Lost has had the feelings for Arabane, but also he's just like hung out with Arabane and had drinks and food and been fine. Is friendship not allowed?
I'm just saying that Payne could also just be assuming that there are going to be a lot of Smoke Lion bakeries.
Paint just knows what he knows, and it's okay to be friends, but he knows what Last wants. And based on what Dextrel said, clearly that means that all of them are going to want that.
Also, Gib-Gab just had another, they called a ship short for relationship, except with my name.
Hold up. Really, Gib-Gab?
Oh, Era for Arabane.
Really, Gib-Gab?
Look, it was like a month ago when I realized that the sups in Gamer Sups was for supplements.
That is an entirely different thing.
He's muting the stream.
As Era pointed out, Gib-Gab, so just a little context for you here, Taya, in case you didn't know, Gib-Gab has been trying to ship all of the characters in Wild Traditions. Thank you for that resub, Ido. Thank you for your 22 months of support at Tier 2, Ido. I really appreciate that. But anyways,
So
Gib-Gab has been trying to ship all of the characters in Wild Traditions.
So several of the ships are actually sailing, though. So, like,
Oh, yes. But the point here is that Gib-Gab legitimately did not realize that ship in that context was short for relationship.
I think we've all been there at some point.
We tease him about it though, so it's funny to have him go, "Oh, Era is short for Arabane," even though I'm pretty sure my full name has been used several dozen times.
that's fine. It's fine.
Poor Gib-Gab. All right, moving on. So it sounds like past Paint having some proclivities apparently now.
Wait.
that you guys are going to set up some sort of camp to give Dr. Volt some time to work.
Yes.
And it sounds like you guys are also going to have do a survey.
Yes. Because now that it has been put that way, Lost is incredibly concerned that they're all going to try and do the exact same thing he did. And that will piss off Arabane, which he doesn't want.
So-
Go ahead.
Poor Lost is gonna have so many kin to talk down from things.
Not necessarily.
Maybe there's 500 and something opportunities for.
Oh. Look, he was only allowed to spend a single week doing recruitment for the guard once before he was a recaller. And then they never let him do it again.
Hilarious.
So, these are 583 of the most devout souls to the pantheon that was. That just had their head god tell them to serve their new leader faithfully. You have 583 souls that are absolutely intending on serving him. Currently speaking.
Oh, he is going to have to go through 583 conversations trying to get them to understand. Hello, vehicle outside. That Arabane does not have followers.
Hey, don't we have some recruitment literature for the recallers?
We do. He's going to use that liberally.
So we know what go ahead.
If they want to do right by Arabane, they serve the city of Twilight. And an easy way to do that is to become a recaller. But they don't have to be a recaller. They can do lots of things.
Or a guard.
Or a guard. Or they can provide services in the city. They can do whatever they want. Even the things they did in life.
Most of these folks are paladins, by the way. And clerics.
Yeah,
and heroes.
Hilarious!
These people would be attuned to various divine things, right? Can they hear some suspiciously deific tiefling laughter? A certain recently ascended god who is losing their shit right now?
No, they can't hear that. But somewhere in Arabane's soul, he's very confused right now why one of the very few that he has uplifted is laughing hysterically and has decided not to pay attention to that. So, we know what Lass is up to for a while. We know
We'll try his best to help.
Who wants to roll percentiles for me?
Oh, Lord.
Not me, please.
I will.
Roll away.
$75.
Thank you. Please assemble yourselves in the board where you're going to be doing your worky work thing. Just going to put Shoal over there for now.
Oh, this is roughly the middle of the board.
Yep.
This is roughly the middle of the board. There we go, because I'm roughly at the center of the work on this.
Dr. Volt staying the bottom of the crater, doing his work undisturbed.
Payne will be spending his time studying, because he's got nothing better to do.
There are so many books you can pull from.
Well, I was meaning for his college stuff, but
Oh boy. Apparently Shoal is trying to offer up his god as an offer as a thing to worship.
Oh no. I mean, I don't know if there were any seafaring champions, they might go for it.
But here's what I'm going to have you guys do. I am going to have you roll initiative as something will happen.
Oh,
And I'm going to
boy.
BRB really quickly here, because I should probably stop drinking so much coffee and get some water. And I will explain what happens on this dead little planet.
I would just like to point out that at some point during the creation process of this, Dr. Volt utters the line, "Take that, Clark. I can very much distinguish the two."
I don't get it. Do explain this.
Arthur C. Clarke, sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Oh, okay. Okay. Spectacular.
Considering
Also,
Dr. Volt is basically creating an artifact through science.
so it occurs to me that anything that does show up here, potentially getting like 586 smites.
I mean, it could just be Paint's newest friend.
Yeah, yeah.
Paint would be very happy to see his new friend again.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, he's got a painting of him, but you know, which is definitely going on the fridge.
Meanwhile, if our other friend shows up, it sure would be a shame if one of the other things Dr. Volt can do right now is summon something that can dimensionally anchor bite you.
Ah, good.
Oh,
I'm-
what's that? You're trying to get away? No, you're not.
Oh, I'm so happy that you picked that up.
It's because I found out something kind of silly.
Oh?
Though I guess it makes sense. Did you know Summoner gets to summon monster spells a spell level before everyone else?
Yes!
However, I don't believe they're allowed to use that as long as they have their Eidolon out.
But
Guess who doesn't
for
have an
purposes
Eidolon?
of- yeah, for purposes of Artificer.
I see.
Artificer just makes his machines out of any spell list.
All right, there we go. Now I got water. And I get to make this statement now. I'm so absolutely glad that 583 souls plus you guys are on a desolate, empty planet in the voids of space, creating a very powerful artifact.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to put yourself on the initiative board, Taya.
Oh dear. The murder spagurter has arrived. Dr. Volta is very invested in his work.
Yep, and I believe you can't break from this for what is going to happen here.
Let me find the exact wording on this.
On a side note, all the divine entities here, except for some of the heroes that are more arcane or what have you, don't have a god currently to stave power from. So they are basically just warriors.
Not even fighters.
They'll be fine. They have 583 of them.
Oh no, we've initiated another tower defense.
If only I had Ghostbane Dirge.
How long do we define a few?
Few what?
A few seconds.
Yep, this is tower defense. So the way we're going to run this is, yes, those souls you don't have to worry about too much. I'm not putting them on the field. I'm not putting on what they're fighting. But, you know, you probably don't want Dr. Volt to be interrupted, correct?
Yeah.
Dr. Volt, you are limited to 1 action a turn if you want to continue your thing. As you guys are there with overwhelming power, I need somebody to do me a favor and roll a d8 plus 2.
Right.
Gotcha. 5.
I'm sure this is something Dr. Volt would have assessed at some point. Fret is probably the most... It's either Fret or Paint who is the most magically... Right?
Yep. Leave my
Yeah, I
microphone
guess.
alone, Kuro.
I'm not sure if Paint is considered the same, though, as, like, Fret.
Do you have spellcraft ranks and such?
No. I
Okay,
don't
Fred, it
even have
is.
Spellcraft as a class skill.
How does a mage not have spellcraft as a class skill?
Because kineticist
Right.
is weird like that.
They are... I don't think they are technically mages.
Or they are only technically mages. They are the Constitution mage.
Strength mage. Muscle mage.
I'm now just thinking... I'm now just thinking about a United States Paladin. They are the Constitution mage.
But as you guys are sitting there and things have gotten prepped and Dr. Volt is working, starting with them because this will be when you start to notice something slipping onto the world. If you guys would like, knowledge planes can be rolled.
Oh, okay.
I do have that.
Hmm.
Oh, hey, look, a thing I also have.
Oh no, do I have knowledge
Dirty
on my skill
20.
sheet?
Dirty 20.
Well, that's an 11 for me.
21 for me.
21 gets it. What was-
35.
35 gets it. What was yours, Zim? Sorry, I didn't catch yours.
A dirty 20.
Unfortunately, Fret is the only one that missed this, as weak abjurations, the kind of creatures that use souls as
Oh,
money.
aberrations.
Aberrations, thank you. Aberrations, the kind of creatures that use souls for money, start popping up around you guys.
Oh.
They use their action to come in because, oh look, a bright light out on that distant planet and a bunch of souls to take? Yes, please. Starting with Dr. Volt. And yes, the nearly 600 souls are immediately entering combat with these things. You get one action to use without dropping your thing, Dr. Volt.
Okay. Well, Dr. Volt is going to activate one of his other devices. The Voltaic Manifester Mark 1.
Oh no?
And it's going to pop a Cerberus.
What?
Oh. What size is that creature?
It is from the Summon Monster 4 list.
Sure.
DM link sent. It's a medium, though.
Here's your Cerberus. It's a Hydra for purposes.
Close enough. Snack dog, regular dog. It has 3 heads.
Place it where you wish it to be.
Are the dots?
No, right here.
Okay, yeah, no. The dots, are those the things?
Yes, those are the aberrations that have come. Because, you know, lesser ones thinking that they can get an easy time to make some easy cash.
Oh boy, have they made a mistake.
I mean, I think literally Hell's Guard Dog is probably a good thing to use as a guard dog here, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
After
Be protected.
Dr. Volt's turn, it goes to last.
Oh boy. Well, I'm gonna send a rifle shot to. Oh, what one is far out and has nothing? Speaking is a free action, right?
Yep.
Fred, take the one behind us. And he's going to aim for. Where is the roar? That one.
Understood.
It is the closest. And we're going to use a Vital Reaping Strike shot. That is 25.
That will hit. Roll damage.
Where are my d10s? Is that a d10 or a d8? That's a
a
d10.
D10.
Let's see, that is 18 piercing damage.
Pop. You level your gun and take a shot at it, and as it goes through its chest, you see it just kind of dust and disappear back to whatever layer of this reality it's from.
Huh.
With only the shrill sound of a ah!
He's going to squint.
Also-
That's too easy.
Also, Fred's gonna shake his head no at the one behind us thing.
Do you wish to move or anything there, Fret? Or not Fret, Last? Key?
Oh, sorry. That is. I believe that's my turn. I don't think I have anything I can do as a move.
Oh.
Oh,
You can move.
well, yes, I can move, but I can actually hit everything from where I am. My gun has 80-foot range.
Ah.
I am going to cast Penumbra on myself to apply my mischance. I think that's a quick action. And you know what? I'm going to move action poke Fret and give him resistance.
Understood.
Woo.
All right, Fret, it is your turn.
Fret's going to draw his katana and charge the one over here.
Lol.
Damn it!
F key to flip.
These tokens.
I got you.
Okay. Yeah.
Roll your to hit.
Rotating around. Okay, there. Okay, this is going to be a charge. Sneak attack probably does not apply here, but that's fine. So that would be 15, 16, 17 to hit. Let's roll this. Okay, so 28 to hit.
Will hit.
Or sorry,
Roll.
sorry, 26 to hit. 26 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit. Roll damage.
Okay. 1d10 plus 2 plus 7. Okay. Where's my d10s? Oh, there's one. Okay. Eight plus 2 plus 7. 17 points of damage.
Slash puff.
Woo.
And anything else you want to do with your turn?
Okay, so that was a charge. So that takes up what, 2 actions worth effectively?
Yep, you have your quick.
So, I have already burnt all of my performance, because of interacting with Godfriend. So instead, I'm going to. I'll just call that my turn.
Understood. Hey, Paint. This is a very strange thing that you're looking at. The tentacle eyes, 1 foot. It's making noise, but you... Is that its mouth? What are you doing? It is your turn.
He's going to lightning blast it.
Roll to hit. Roll to
Nat
confirm.
20. Uh, 19.
Actually does confirm.
Oh, yay. I was
These
afraid.
are the little warning guys.
The little ones got to show up before the big guys show up.
Well, it was also touch, so yeah, that makes more sense anyways. Let's see. 19 plus 6.
Did I just have a stroke, or did I hear like Donkey Kong mouse story?
It's actually Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past,
Okay.
but it is the rats from that. So that one's vaporized?
Yep.
Cool. And then 100 feet?
Yep. You can hit most of these on the board, I'm pretty sure.
Actually, this would be Rex. It's not much of an attack, but he has an attack now.
Go ahead and roll it.
Oh, what type did you go with for it was what, Wisp or something else?
Wisp.
Cool.
100 fly speed, perfect. Looks like he has 2 attacks. And he does have flyby.
Yep. Go ahead and roll.
Uh, 18
Yeah, that hits.
and 21.
That hits. What does his damage even look like?
1d3 plus 2. It's not much damage, but it's damage. So 3 and 3.
All right. And what color is he? Because we actually have to put him on the board now.
Right now he is air element.
I'll make him blue.
So white.
He's right here.
Okay.
So put him where he's
Well, I
gonna
mean,
stop.
then he'll fly back because Paint is moving over here to take a defensive position near Volt.
Yep. How much damage did you do, by the way? Sorry.
Total of 6.
Understood. It is their turn, so I need somebody to roll me a d8 plus 2. Not Zim this time.
Poofs.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Thank you kindly for giving me 8 enemies that will appear this turn. I will scatter these randomly across the board. Just kind of throwing them places as a whole nother lot of similarly weak, different color for my own purposes. Abjurations now appear.
Quick, somebody dispel magic.
And
Probably that is not the 3rd level spell that I chose to make a device out of.
one will go after last and will attempt to touch him for a total of 19.
Dang it. My AC is touch AC is 17.
It does a D3 minus 1 damage, 2 damage to you as a chilling cold runs through you, and you are not immune to or energy drain, correct?
Unfortunately, I do not believe I am. If you said this was cold damage, I was going to be like, wait, I have resist.
Nope, because it is trying to drain Constitution from you. You have to roll a Fortitude saving throw DC of 10.
What about the 50% mischance?
Oh, right, we got to roll that. High or low?
Low.
If it's low, it's a miss. It is 99. It hits.
Damn.
Wow.
DC 10 fort save.
10 on the dice.
You do not lose a con.
Oh, good. I hate to lose con.
As this thing tries to train you, you're pretty sure its attempts are probably feeble on you, because I'm pretty sure you got bonuses against this. But yeah. Moving on to Dr. Volt.
Well, now there's kind of two things I do.
Yep.
Except one of the two things is one of the already a thing that I've already done.
So you get your creature at
Pushing
least.
the button again.
Oh boy.
This time, I figure it's a good idea to diversify my portfolio. Deinonychus.
Oh boy.
Wait, a fucking dinosaur or what?
Yeah, it's a dinosaur. It is a medium dinosaur that he is summoning. So let me check lizards here. And you can have... Do you want to... You get this. That's what you get for this. Place it where you want to, and then you can take your other summon's turn.
It shall be here. And the Durberber, and 20. Sorry about that. And it's going to attack this one
Understood. Roll to hit.
with its mouth bites. Uh, 22,
Will hit.
24,
Hit.
and 18.
And I'm assuming it does more than enough damage to dust that one.
Presumably, since these are each 1d6 plus 4, and since it got 3, that's or if did it get 2 or 3?
It hit all three.
Then an additional 1d6 plus 8 of rend.
Yes, it's down. It's dusted.
Woo. Also, hey, Taya, you got another one of the button presses?
I have 2 more of those button presses before I have to do any maintenance on this thing.
Okay, so hear me out. Hound Archon.
I'm thinking that even though they're under my control, that might be a bad idea.
You want
That's
to summon
fair.
a dog in a crowd of cats?
No, the Hound Archon, Nearest Cerberus.
Oh,
Well, they're summons. It doesn't matter.
It matters if Arrow wants it to matter.
It is. But hey, Key, I do believe it is your turn.
Sorry, I was slightly distracted from taking combat notes. Even though I could literally just do end combat, combat, combat. Alright, well, this little shitling is attacking my ankles. Unfortunately, I do need to... well, for one, I need to remove all the combat bonuses on my token. I do need to take a move action to rack the bullet.
The bolt.
Yes. I need to do rack the bolt. Well, shoot. The problem with two-handed ranged weapons, everybody.
Yep.
Except I think here the problem is a lack of shoot.
Yes. I could still fire, but I believe I would take a penalty. What is the action to draw a melee weapon?
it's usually part of a move action or
If you have quick draw, it's a swift action.
Yeah, if you have a base attack bonus of 1 or higher, which you do, you can draw it as part of a move action.
Yep.
and then if
Okay.
you have the quick draw, it's a free action.
Can I draw it as part of a standard action?
Technically, no. You'd just be better off not racking the bolt on your gun and just pulling out your sword then.
Remember, pulling out your sword is faster than reloading.
Unfortunately. How dare you deny me my bullets? Fine, I will hold off on racking. I should have done that last turn, but it's fine. Fret needed the resistance.
I'm fine.
You need the resistance. I will not hear arguments from you, sir. But this is fine. I will draw my +1 longsword and take a slash at this little shitling. Good job, me. That is 18.
18 will hit.
Oh, okay.
Good lord.
That is 13 damage.
13 damage. Poof.
Well, crumble. But I guess I am going to also apply resistance to myself.
Understood. All right. Hey, Brett,
Hi.
it is your turn.
Okay, so let's use a little infernal energy here of I don't know if it's gonna actually do anything, but Fred's gonna put on his judgment mask.
Understood. What does that do again? Because I don't have all these notes right in front of me.
+1 attack versus murderers.
Thank you.
So it might not actually do anything, but he's putting on the mask.
Understood.
Partially as a show of force against these guys.
Yep.
And then let's do move and a slash. So here and attacking.
Yep. Roll away.
Okay.
I've been given
15.
food.
Okay. And yeah, we honestly should have rested at the place if it would have. One away from a crit, I do believe. Or wait, hold on, is that? Hold on, 1820 plus keen, is that? Uh,
18 to 20 plus keen.
yeah, is that? Hold on. No, it's 17. I'm pretty sure for, because it no, it double. Would it be 16? Hold on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I crit on a 15, so that is in crit range. So rolling to confirm.
Yep. Sorry, stream. You can hear me on my side.
That's a 21 to confirm.
That still confirms on these guys.
Okay. So it gets the effect of Spire Steel on top of the damage that I'm about to do. As the blade hungers.
Have fun.
Okay, so that's a 10 on the dice. So that is 19 points times 2. Yeah. Okay, so 38 points of damage, and it must make a DC 14 save or be staggered, but it doesn't matter because it's gonna freaking disintegrate, but
Well, it would disintegrate, but I believe your sword soul steals.
effectively. That's the flavor of what the but it
Then slurp.
It's like sipping through a bendy straw.
And do you have a quick action, or are you done?
That was move standard. So yeah, so no, I don't have any quicks at the moment.
Okay. A paint.
All right. Second verse, same as the first.
Roll away.
I mean, it is touch. 18.
Hits.
On this one in the middle, by the way. Back. 16 plus 6. Brain does not want to math right now, sorry.
It is no longer a thing.
Woo.
Alright. Then he could jolt twice because he is not moving.
Hey, every little bit counts.
Which would actually benefit from, what's his face? Rex right now, because it's the same element.
Very nice.
Pretty sure that hits because it's touch and much higher.
Yep. Which one?
both of these are gonna go. Well, one's gonna go on that one. The other one will. If this one's not killed, then the second one will go on that one.
All right.
Pretty sure both of those hit. First one does 5.
Bip.
And then the second one 4.
Still up with 1 HP. Understood.
And now Rex. Shoom, shoom. He flies off, hits, and flies back. Yay, flyby. Oh, good, that's a 7, not a 1. 18.
And he does at least 1 damage, so bip.
Spectacular.
They have 5 HP.
Actually, would he be able to move and make a second attack?
With flyby, yes, but you have to measure out the distance.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I think it was roughly here.
Yes. So he's flown 60
Alright.
feet so far.
Well, he wouldn't have, you know. 35, 40.
There's not a lot on that side, so this is gonna be a little tight, potentially.
Alright, so this would be 80 for him to attack that one. Another 18.
Roll that damage.
For 5.
5 does kill it. Gone.
And then he'll get to that.
Fantastic.
And that'll be it for my turn.
Key, do me a favor. Roll a d8 plus 2.
Yee. 6 on the die.
So that is 8. Thank you. 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more are going to pop up. Don't worry, this is actually going somewhere. I promise. I promise.
Oh no, he promi.
No, no, no.
Oh,
We're
no,
gonna
you-
have to find the right memory receptacle.
Oh no! All these
Yep,
frickin'
everyone brought
MPs.
their animals.
Yeah.
Ba, ba, ba,
No,
ba.
nobody but us two understands the joke, but I appreciate you, Diego.
And let's see.
I unfortunately need to step away for a few minutes. I will be back ASAP.
Okay.
All right.
It was a Final Fantasy XI joke, simple.
Yep. We'll start with an attack on Key. This is a touch attack. Let's see if they can roll amazingly again, or if not. Does 13 hit your touch AC?
No.
All right, no damage for you. We got 2 on Fret. Does 18 hit your touch AC?
Does not.
Which means the second one doesn't, and I'm gonna have to deal with Rex when Zim is back.
Okay.
That is fine. Dr. Volt,
Yes.
it is your turn.
Okay, well,
Pull the lever, Kronk.
what's this blue thing?
That is
Rex.
Rex. That
Okay.
is bird friend of Doggo.
Yes. Which are bigger, the gray ones or the black ones?
Neither. I just needed the colors for dignifying when they came in.
Okay. So they're the same things.
They're various sorts, but these are weak little ones, so you don't really have to worry about any significant differences.
Okay.
As I sit here and eat my stream, sorry guys. Yep. They're essentially
Well-
at the end of the day the same thing.
I guess the first thing I'll have is the Velociraptor, or Deinonychus, which I think is just smaller Velociraptor.
Yep.
Uh.
It's a something.
Come over here and velocity the raptor of this thing.
Roll to hit.
Wait, hold on. Oh, actually, no, it's going to from where it was, it's going to pounce this thing.
All right.
Well, its first claw fucking misses.
Oof.
21
21 does hit. Roll damage, please.
and 18.
And that one is now gone.
No, that was his third
that-
attack in the...
Gotcha. Okay. Nope, that will hit.
Oh, wait, these would have all been at +2 because of the charge pounce. Okay, so, first claw hits it, and you said these things have 5 HP?
Yep.
Okay, well, I mean,
Is minimum damage going to kill
it's
it?
even more attacks than I thought it did. Okay, well, the bite, was enough to kill it.
Undone.
Yeah, it gets 2 talons, a bite,
a
and a
bite and a
fourth
fourth claw.
Ridiculous.
All right. What about your Cerberus? Cerberus? Serby? Your puppy.
Yeah, it is going to, go up here, and it's also going to, attempt to fuck up this, thing.
All right. Roll to hit.
19?
Yep.
I'm just going to probably try to attempt to save time here. You said they have 5 HP?
Yep.
Okay, so this, just one head eats this.
Understood. Dusted.
Shame that this isn't, using BG3 rules, otherwise I would, just, happily, move along, continuing to eat this.
Yep. A last.
There's one person in my team that hasn't done a thing yet,
All right.
Oh, you.
Yep.
and now I'm going to summon a pterodactyl.
Oh, my
Pterodactyl.
goodness.
A potato dactyl? Dang.
A potato. Got it. Here, have that. Right here. Move it where you want it to be.
Okay, and linking. The lizard man with the sword is the
Yes.
pterodactyl. Okay.
Yep. And
Oh, wait, hold on a second. This pterodactyl has something it needs to have done to it.
what?
Uh,
Oh, because it's a big boy.
the pterodactyl is large.
All right then.
And yes, I am purposely pronouncing the P to upset you.
It doesn't upset me.
I wasn't saying specifically you. I was saying to any of the several people who are listening here.
To last.
Okay, I've got another shin nibbler, it seems. To the sword with you.
There was a brief moment I was expecting something else to be said.
Like what?
Don't worry about it. What's your to hit?
Okay. I'm still confused. That is a dirty 20.
That'll hit. Roll damage.
Seven. My minimum damage with the sword is 5, I should
Oh.
say.
Yeah, then it's going to be gone.
Cool. You know what? I'm gonna take this time to rack the bolt so that
Mhm.
I have a bullet ready.
All right.
I'm just checking if I have anything swift action. I don't. I should have grabbed something like Jolt.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, did not.
Correct.
But
And I can't call Canvas. That takes too long.
off to
So
Fred.
that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. I have multiple targets within melee range. This is exactly what I desire.
Of course.
So, and I don't have to move. So, let's do some melee attacks. So, first attack. Is a
Likely hits.
24.
Yep.
Minimum damage 8.
Yep. So one's gone.
Or wait, more than 8 maybe. Hold on. Am I?
It's
7, 8, 9, 10. Minimum damage 10. Okay.
yeah, it's gone. Slurp.
Okay. Next one. Is crit threat.
Well, I guess the other one wasn't Slurp, it was Dust. This one is Slurp.
Yep. And then let's see here. I'm going to cast Vanish.
Understood. Beep. And I believe that ends your turn?
Mhm.
Perfect. And I think we're still down a Zim right now, so we got a few moments. So I'm going to, continue to put this mac and cheese into my mouth hole.
Dang, you need to have access to Summon Monster 7.
Oh,
Actually, I'm going to use the bathroom really quick since I got the moment.
Oh, I was just noticing that's with the dinosaurs that I was summoning. Hold on, yeah, that one's 6. This one is 4. So the lowest one is 4. Wait, hold on. Is that one even on this list? I gotta make sure.
oh, Viv's on his way home early.
Excellent.
Would you describe a saber-toothed tiger as a dire tiger.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then 7th level is where the final one happens.
Aren't dire animals technically like ancient animals anyway?
Kind of.
Because at 4th level, you can get to the pterodactyl. 6th level, you can get the saber-toothed tiger and the ceratops. And 7th level, you can get the mastodon and tyrannosaurus.
Yep.
I think from the very fact that when I started talking about a saber-toothed tiger, several people in these chats immediately knew where my brain was going.
But yeah, I would like to note though that Hound Archon, I would just like to direct you to Hound Archon and the constant effects that it have.
FY.
Huh?
We got an FY. I assume there was an I that we didn't hear, and then several other things after that we didn't.
Oh, I will be back in just a minute.
Okay. Yeah, Era's AFK briefly also.
Yeah, take your time, man.
Yeah. I am also going to use the bathroom briefly.
Yeah, Taya, just if you haven't looked at it, take a look at this. And just look at them constant effects.
I am aware that the Hound Archon is quite the powerful summon. Also, it has lasers, right?
No, it has
I'm thinking Lantern Archon.
yeah, Hound Archon has a big ass magical greatsword. Hound Archon is literally blind.
Eh,
Yeah, it constant detect evil, constant magic circle against evil, at will aid, at will continual flame, greater teleport, and yeah, it just has a big ass sword. Oh, and it has an aura of menace. What does this do? Hold on.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome
Really quickly,
Sorry about that.
it's fine. Really quickly, I'm going to roll an attack on Rex. Does
Yes, touch is 16.
Oh, it actually hits. It does a 3d3 minus 1 damage, and Rex has to roll a fortitude save. 1 damage.
All right. Oh. 8.
That actually does fail, so he's at minus 1 con. Currently.
Oof.
Understood.
Yep. It is also your turn now, though.
Yeah, was listening here. 1 sec.
Ow, my knee. Ow. Damn it.
So he has half of my HP. So he's now at 54 out of 55. And
You have so much HP.
minus 1 con. I literally only put anything into Constitution. Of course I'm going to have
Yeah.
a lot of HP.
Yep.
Alright. Actually, instead of that, Let me bring up the details. There it is. Oh, right. It's only ones that are directly adjacent.
Dang,
Lame.
Don't have to rush. Just yeah, you'll be fine, Viv. Just message me that he's pedaling so hard he's getting a headache.
Don't hurt yourself, damn it.
Yeah, I agreed. I thought you were telling me that, and I'm like, how am I rushing? What?
No,
What do you mean?
no, he's apparently listening to us while
Yeah.
biking home.
Don't worry, Viv.
Yeah, I was looking at the sneeze thing and seeing if that would be useful, but no, it's only whatever's next to me.
Yep.
And you don't want to hit the
Dr.
Volt
Volt.
with anything.
Yep.
Well, I was hoping I could, like, move out here or something and do it, but
Yeah.
no. Well, in that case, Zappy on that one.
Yep. And your total?
Brain, work with me, please. 21.
Still hits.
Touch.
Yep. Damage. More than enough. Deleted.
This one next for Jolt.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, that's a miss.
Yeah. Same one. I swear I'm trying, guys, but brain does not want to math.
You can just
6
shout.
plus 9.
Yep, that'll hit. Roll damage.
4.
Still alive. With 1 HP. It is Rex's portion of the turn, I believe, now.
Yes.
Yep.
He's gonna attack the one that attacked him.
Yep, roll away.
Uh, 23.
Will hit. What's minimum damage for Rex?
3.
Oh, then you do have to roll. Okay.
He did 4.
It is still up.
16.
Does hit.
I'm so
3.
sorry that I spent all of my inspires.
It's okay.
Rex is going back to paint.
Understood. It is their turn, and instead of having somebody roll a d8, which I'm actually going to still have Taya roll me a d8, all the ones on the board suddenly look terrified and all decide to slink back into their respective shadows. Or not into their shadows.
I rolled a 5.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So over here. And I've got to do that first, so I'll pull that off, and then I got to roll that to see when this one appears. Oh, goody. Let's see. Where the hell's your initiative? Oh, okay. Neat. Understood. They all look terrified and seem to disappear. Volt, it is your turn.
Yeah, Dr. Volt recognizes that is definitely only a good sign where only good things can happen. Yeah, he pushes the button for the 4th time he push it.
Okay. What are you summoning this time?
Funny enough, a monster we discussed earlier.
Oh, right. What size is it?
Larg.
And we need to shrink that a little bit. But there you go.
There are no snakes there.
I mean, I do have a snake. Do you want a snake?
It's a double-sided snake.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry. I
Oh,
thought
did
you
you
were talking
just-
about something else. Give me a second here. Let me see. Lizards, demonic animals.
Did you just summon a Behir?
There you go.
Amphisbaena.
There's your snake. All right. Do you want to move any of your other creatures?
Yes. Citadel formation.
Understood. And after your turn, I'm going to put him on the initiative board officially. Then I'm going to put this guy down and make sure he's the right size. And he comes in over here. And allow me to read the description. Where is the description?
oh boy.
Dozens of thick black tentacles covered in bumpy nodules writhe from a central point within it, the discernible body. Pops up right there. That is its turn. Hey, Key.
Oh boy!
Beholder Eepy.
So, does my detect evil go off?
Yes.
Oh goody. Don't mind me as... Okay, good. It just has to be an evil target within visual range. Question, when we hit the feast, did we restore any, like, ability uses or anything?
You guys did not choose to rest there.
Yep.
There's a reason why I asked multiple times. But that's fine. Everything's okay.
Okay, I'm gonna move here.
Mm-hmm.
Sheathing sword. And I'm gonna make it my smite evil target.
Understood. Is that the end of your turn, or are you going to take a shot?
Yeah, I'm gonna use the last shot in the mag. As I flounder at getting the right windows open. Oh, I'm sorry.
Here, try that again without knocking somebody over. Put that guy back.
Actually, roll down here. Fine. That is a 21.
You don't get any bonuses for Smite Evil or anything?
Oh, no, you are correct. I am sorry. So that's 24, I should say.
24 will hit.
Yep, and it's within first range increments, so touch AC.
Oh, then it definitely hits. Its touch AC is trash.
The advantage of gun.
Let's see. And I believe it has to roll a fortitude save.
Only if I crit.
Ah.
Wait,
Smite Evil.
correct. Will save, actually, for Shadow Trap.
Oh, will save? 17 probably passes.
Yeah, by 1. Let's see. 8.
Whoops. I
Hey,
accidentally.
Viv has joined the table.
Ah,
Whoa.
Viv has
It's
joined the table.
rewind time.
okay, that's 11. So that will be 13 damage,
Mm-hmm.
of which no. Yes, 13 damage, of which 10 is piercing, and the other 3 are either negative or positive because of Reaping Strike.
Yep. So 13 damage. Got it.
Oh wait, I also get my level to damage, so that's not 13 actually. That is that's 19. My
Oh.
apologies.
19 damage. Got it. All right. And then I will get.
Okay.
Welcome in. I will get you a next round.
Okay. In which case, I'm gonna just letting you know that as my initiative is rolling, I'm swift charming to get an additional +8, so I'm going first.
Understood.
Because I rolled a 22, so I'm going to 30.
Understood. We'll get you in the beginning of next round, so you'll
Yep.
go first next round. All right. Hey, Fret.
Hi. So, I'm invisible. It's within charge range. We're fucking sneak attack charging.
Go for it.
So, I'm going to end. Can I get like right about here,
Yeah.
give or take?
You're going to want to be here because technically it's occupying that circle. So here,
Oh,
I'm
okay, okay.
going to make it a little bit bigger so that way it better fits that area. There you go.
Okay, so, it, is a sneak attack. So, that activates my headband, increasing this, by +2. But also, activates pressure points, which we'll deal with, after, if I potentially hit. Hopefully I hit. And precise strike hits also. Yeah, damn it. I mean,
didn't
it
see you roll. What are
might-
you talking about?
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's crit threat. But that might not confirm. Let's add this up. 4 plus 13 plus 2 plus 2. 21.
Does not confirm, unfortunately.
Damn. Okay, that's fine. Well, it still gets, sneak attack, precise strike, and pressure pointed.
Yep. Roll damage.
Okay, so, is this a, yeah, that's a D10. Woo, okay, so 9 plus. Nine. Okay.
Pulls up a calculator in the background
Plus-
for reasons.
9. Okay, so 27 points of damage.
Got it.
And let me just double check on pressure points. Okay, whenever a ninja deals sneak attack damage, they also deal strength or dexterity damage. Let's do dexterity damage.
Okay.
No save, DC 15 heal check to get rid of it.
Gotcha. And how much?
1 point of dexterity damage.
Understood. All right, that does that and that. Understood. And I believe that ends your turn?
Correct.
Hey, Paint.
Or rather, yes.
Oh, okay. Paint,
Cheat.
your turn.
Okay. Big guy. I don't like big guy. I could just 5-foot step as a free action thing, right?
It does take your move action to do that.
Oh.
It would take your move action unless you're doing a non-movement move action.
What?
Like
You
teleport.
cannot take a 5-foot step and then move 30 feet, but you can take a 5-foot step and then close a door, or withdraw an item from your backpack, or make a
Well-
full attack.
I am 35 feet from this thing.
So make
Because
Oh,
unfortunately, explicitly, you could charge it.
well, no, he needs to move 5 feet closer, so he's going to have to give up one of his actions to do his
No, he
thing.
doesn't.
Uh,
You have
The charge-
extended range.
Well, to get the point blank shot bonus.
Oh, well, yes.
Yeah.
oh, all you have to do is scooch. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's
Sad
why I
bonus.
was. Well, Rex is on his shoulders, but. Yeah, I'll go ahead and move just that little bit closer.
Zappity zap
Actually-
zappity.
I can use my blast in melee without penalty, right?
Yeah. You took.
Oh,
pen-
please flank with me.
He can't flank unless he gets.
Oh right.
You can. You would take an attack of opportunity if you were to do so.
Do what?
Use
Attack with your blast in melee.
your. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, there are two specific blast forms you can use in melee without provoking, and that's blade and fist. Well, okay, technically there's whip, but most people don't use whip.
I'm just contemplating because Fret is a little squishy.
It's fine. I'll be okay. Or I'll die violently. One or the other.
Okay. There. Not within melee, but
You might want to move
Oh,
one out
just-
then.
oh,
Reach.
fair.
Reach is
All
a
right.
bitch.
So not within melee, so
Mhm.
that way I can. Okay, good. Well, not good, but not a 1.
What's your total?
18 touch.
This thing's touch AC is trash. You hit.
Oh yay! I can be useful.
This thing's touch AC is currently 12.
Oh yeah, because if it had an even number, that deck's down.
Yep, it was 13.
Hilarious.
20 electric damage.
Got it.
Let's try for Jolt. Jolt is good cantrip. I like Jolt. That is higher touch AC. So,
Roll that D3. Ooh.
2, 3, 4.
Got it. And then I
Right,
believe you got Rex.
boosts him. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh. Boom. 17, not touch. At
It
least I don't think it
misses.
is. Yeah, it doesn't say it's touch. Then the second one. That would be 30.
That does it.
Woohoo! Take a whopping 5 damage.
Understood.
Which it doesn't say what type it is.
If it's claws, it's slashing.
Yep.
It says that it is tendrils.
Then that's bludgeoning.
Okay.
Go from paint to Dr. Volt.
Okay. So, Dr. Volt has ideas. And those ideas are this guy up here, because that should put a large creature in reach of bopping it.
Yep.
Okay, so the Amphisbaena is going to I'm just checking all of what it can do. It is going to numb.
Roll to hit.
First one is a pretty fucking good roll. 26.
Does hit. Roll damage.
The second one, wait, that's. What do you mean that that's 8? Oh, it is 8. Never mind. I have my camera. Sorry, I have my camera like this, so it looked like it was a 20, but it was an 8. Now, the second one is a 16.
That misses.
Okay, first is Damage.
Yep.
John DiMaggio. Wait, it is a D8, not a D6. Okay, that is 10 damage. And it needs to make a fort save.
What kind of fort save? What against what?
Poison.
Let me double check its immunities. What is the DC of this fort save, please?
14.
It passes.
Okay.
Neat. Interesting. Okay.
All right.
Not your turn yet.
Okay.
Next thing that happens.
Dr. Volt's got an armada here.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
This one does take an attack of opportunity.
Yes. Unless launching yourself like a fucking velociraptor avoids that somehow.
It
Oh,
does not. And this is at plus 17 and grab, so not plus 17.
Jesus.
Hold on, I gotta do math really quickly because that didn't adjust properly. There we
It
go.
has to be due to some
Does 27 hit?
mythological. It does a what hit?
27 hit its AC.
Probably yes. Yes, it does.
All right, let me roll its grab attempt, and then I will roll damage. It's not plus 17. I did not do the math correct. It's plus 12. But let me see. Where the fuck is its CMB? CMB, where are you? There it is. Is that a 6 or a 9? That is a 6. Oof, 6 plus. Does 20 beat its CMD?
CMD. Where is C?
26 plus 9.
Yes, it does.
It is grabbed. It takes 11 damage. So I'm just going to flip that one because unfortunately it is grabbed. Or I won't flip it. I will just put grabbed here.
Okay.
Does this thing have any other attacks of opportunity? It does not. So, well,
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Hey, guess what has a move speed of 40 feet?
Serby.
35.
All right, roll your, I believe, 3 to hits.
Yes, also, does this thing have the funky fresh ability where it, while grabbing something, doesn't count itself as grabbed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Funky fresh
it
ability.
do.
20?
Does not hit.
Dirty 20. Then that would mean this 18 also does not hit. Does the 23 hit?
Yes. So roll that damage, wise boy. I don't know why I did that to the tune of funky music.
Because I said
Because
funky
you said
fresh
funky
earlier.
fresh.
Ah,
Also, it does need to make a another fortitude save.
DC.
A DC of 18.
It passes.
Okay, it is not bound to this plane yet.
Oh, that'd be bad for it.
That's hilarious.
And it takes 7 damage from the one bite that managed to hit.
Okay.
Yeah, it Cerberus's Jaws, Curse, Bite, Save Fortitude, DC 18, Effect Dimensional Anchoring. A creature affected by this curse cannot utilize extra dimensional travel, such as teleport, as if it were under the effects of a dimensional anchor spell.
Yeah, that would be really bad for it if it had to get away for whatever reason. Yeah,
and you know what's a funny thing?
What?
Not only is it getting away from things going to be difficult, the y-axis is kind of a thing.
I got it. I got it.
Oh, because it's flying.
Yep.
As I said, I got it.
Perfect.
Jesus Christ.
Roll your to hit.
Because pterodactyl.
It counts as having the high ground if you don't even technically have a ground, right?
So your to hit rolls, please. Before the jokes get too rough.
It was not becoming a joke.
It was
Legitimately, since it's
if
above
you
it,
get
it
a
would have the
+1.
high ground bonus for an attack roll. But it would
think that
also
works.
miss.
Oh, it misses. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's its turn?
Wait a minute, hold on a second. I just realized something.
What?
Those first two Cerberus bites. Did
Yeah?
either of them miss by less than 2?
No. Its AC's 22 right now. No,
Uh,
it's
well,
21
one of
now.
them-
Excuse
one of them
me.
hit then.
21.
Yeah, one of them hit then.
Oh,
Because I forgot that my Cerberus is flanking with Fret.
Oh yeah.
oh,
Oh,
I
so
will roll it.
that 20 hits then.
So
Funny.
it needs to make another fortitude save.
It passed.
Okay, and it takes another 9 damage from one of the bites.
Okay.
And then the 2 heads that bit down onto it are going to attempt to rip it apart.
Okay.
Oh, it has rend.
Yep.
It has rend, yes.
That's beautiful.
Roll its
The
rend
2
attempt.
of them pulling it apart. Well, it's not an attempt, it just gets it.
Oh, then roll the damage.
Yeah, it just takes 8 more damage as the 2 of them try to rip it apart.
Understood. I got it.
Good lord.
Yeah, Rend is gross.
Yeah, it is. And I believe that's the end of all these damn monsters, so Viv's turn, correct?
Huzzah!
Dr. Volt uses his one action to rummage through his bag to pull out something.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh boy. Viv's gonna
I
finish
mean, I
this
assume
thing.
if I have one action, I have either a standard or a move action.
That is correct.
Correct.
Alright, Viv.
Cool. Fucking Viv from the ropes with a steel chair.
That's dangerous. There's a pterodactyl above him.
I can fly. It's fine.
I know, but the pterodactyl's already flying above him.
I don't need to be
Yep.
flying directly above him.
You've got this perfect line for charging to. That's beautiful.
Meow. Actually, I was right here.
Yep.
55, 40. Fuck. I do
Just
have to charge.
outside. Yeah.
Fuck you. We charge anyway. So.
Watch Viv finish this
That's-
thing off, and it was not actually meant to die.
So this. By the way, does this thing have damage resistance?
This version of what I'm using does not, because I downpowered it, and I'm regretting that now.
Sorry.
Oh, well,
You weren't expecting an entire fucking zoo.
to be fair, thanks to my level up, your damage resisting ain't shit.
Roll your to hit, Viv. Let's see. Let's see if you end up killing this thing.
Okay, so am I technically flanking with the pterodactyl?
No.
Oh,
You would need to be directly under it, thus burrowing.
and I'm 1 off away from being in flanking with you, so yeah, it's.
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
So this is gonna be all right. My D20 on my bike. Where the fuck is 1? Roll a 20. Nope.
No.
It still hits though, because that's 23.
Yep. Roll your damage.
Okay. The right dice? No, it's not the right dice. This is 16.
Let me check something really quickly, because that may
Really?
not be enough.
Question: is this considered an outsider native or no?
This is...
He's been calling them aberrations.
It is an aberration.
Okay, so it does not have the outsider native type.
No.
Oh,
It has aberration only. Let's
Okay.
see. And plus...
Mickey, what was your afterlife there called?
I did not give it a name.
Yep.
I do not believe I get another standard action after this, do I?
No, you do not. If you charged, you did not. You still got
Okay.
your swift action.
I don't think I have anything I can do as a swift action. Shoot.
Okay.
The main spell I want. Let me check one. The one I really want to use is a standard action.
Yeah. So no, unfortunately.
Let me check.
Unless you have
this
any
one.
cantrips. Cantrips are the only thing that can be swift.
Not always. I do have cantrips. I just don't fucking know them all off the top of my head.
No, like as per like the rules that were set up, it's
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
cantrips you can.
Grab it. Okay, not that one. All right, let me check my cantrip. Du-du-du-du. I'm gonna just say fuck it and give myself resistance.
Understood? Which makes it its turn. It looks around. And you guys actually get to understand it because you're wearing your rings right now, aren't you?
Yep.
Oh, fuck this. Boop! It vanishes.
Hey, don't get back here. I want to eat you. I want calamari, you motherfucker.
The question is that a spell-like ability?
Let me double check.
I'm gonna laugh so hard. Please.
Do 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 do. I didn't mark it. Do 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 do. It is a spell-like ability.
It is a spell-like ability. In that case, that provokes attacks of opportunity.
Well, unless it's a swift.
It is 3 times a day. Plane shift.
Oh.
That is not a swift action.
If not otherwise designated, it is standard.
It does have combat costing though, so guess what it's going to roll?
Concentration?
Yep.
And it
Oh,
won't be high enough.
the
Oh,
careful
cast
casting
defensively.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, what does that do?
Oh, let's not
uh,
provoke an attack of opportunity.
And
It's pretty easy to.
21 does pass. So unfortunately,
Oh.
this thing ain't as stupid as the little ones. This one is actually intelligent. Looked around after getting its ass kicked and popping in here like, oh look, a bunch of these little buggers are running off here. There must be something. Oh fuck this. Boop.
Oh my gosh.
So, just to kind of give you a heads up, since you're doing artifact things, this is your next several days. Occasionally, just a bunch of little buggers pops up. Every once in a while, something big pops and goes, oh hell no, and leaves, because 500 people with weapons, or nearly 600 people with weapons plus you guys.
Shoal just immediately eating anything that comes into reach that
Which,
doesn't belong.
Which Fret is going to be saving his bardic performances the next few days to when things pop up, just being inspire and then letting the crowd go to town.
Nothing.
Look, all I'm going to say is don't let this man distract you from the fact that in Wibbly Wobbly non-time the Cerberus rendered this fuck.
No dying.
Rendered the Beholder on Rage on the Wastes
This
and
was
teleported it into another dimension through the astral plane.
Yeah.
but yes,
I'm so sad it passed its saves.
I am too.
it had
Disappointing.
less than 15 hit points left.
Oh, I
Holy
got my
crap.
bow attack off. It
Aw.
was dead. I had to be 5 feet out. But
Darn it.
I would have minced this thing. Holy shit.
Man, if I would have confirmed the crit,
Yeah, but
or if I would have had an opportunity to use a key point. because yeah, I can only do that when I'm full attacking.
Don't worry, you guys have plenty of things that you get to screw around with, because the big bad things that would actually be a threat aren't stupid enough to jump in the middle of something that's 600. So occasionally you get something about that strength.
And then it just gets
Cool.
fucking bullied into a fucking corner.
Otherwise, it's just a lot of piddly shit just keeps on popping up, because, you know, the weaker ones are always the ones that go, hey, easy target, I can just grab. Dusted.
You know,
Well, I just want to feed my sword. It's fine.
nom.
You're definitely going to be feeding it a lot.
But yes, go ahead, Key.
I was going to say, you know, Last was worried initially. He thought maybe that there might be some refugee, I don't know, civilian souls. Clearly not. Clearly he was most mistaken of the quality of souls that he was going to be taking back with him.
Your God literally said, my most devout. Our most devout.
So they are definitely going to be pledging themselves to Ereban, and he's going to have another church starting up.
No. We are fixing this over the next few days. In between these Valhalla style battles.
Trying to fix this. But after 6 days, yes, you can get that little book of yours done there, Taya, Dr. Volt. And take the wormhole that still exists back. Go ahead, Viv.
I was going to ask, are they going to warn all of the souls?
Oh, they're going in a
I mean,
book.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna be in
Okay,
the book.
fair enough. They don't get to see shit. Probably for the best.
Wait, see what?
Paint's going to
Things-
wave at his friend as we go by.
Oh, no.
Hey,
Oh,
you guys aren't going. You guys aren't going by. Y'all are landing right next to him again.
Right. Yes. Okay, that's what you mean.
Yep. So, you know, 6 days of this nonsense going on, you finally get that little mansion set up so that way you guys can bring it with you. Dextrel inhales, looks at the wormhole and goes, oh, God damn it. And then jumps through. And you end up on that same sphere edge that you did before, like you were being directed directly back.
Who could have done that?
Paint is waving at him.
And Dextrel just goes, we're here for a day. I'm gonna go lay down over here, and just flops where he is because he knows better than to hide now.
Paint is very excited about the fact that we are here for a day.
The giant world-eating monster waves back. By the way,
Fret also waves.
Blast is just going to not face into the sphere. He's going to flop with Dextrol, in fact.
are y'all flopping face down or face up?
Face up.
Oh, you're not flopping face down into Paint's drawing.
No.
That's funny.
The edge of the sphere acting like a fucking glass cover, basically.
Paint is doing a new drawing.
Oh boy.
Doggo version of this thing. And him. And then the city of Twilight.
Oh
You're gonna-
no!
You're gonna give
Oh,
Paint
no!
a fucking aneurysm. Last is going to have an actual aneurysm.
Anxiety, armor, perception powers go. That's a perception of 10.
I don't think you're saying that. You're too busy staring up away from this creature.
Anxiety, perception powers go.
Even worse. You see even less.
Even with my anxiety powers, that's still only a 15.
Fret personally doesn't seem
mean-
terribly concerned, and just he pulls out his sitar and begins playing a tune.
Paint is holding up his painting to it. The invitation.
You are absolutely going to give Blast a fucking aneurysm.
Why is my therapy dog trying to give me a panic attack?
The last, a 15 would see Paint painting.
Picks himself up to go over and see, just to make sure that Paint isn't, trying to capture the true essence of this creature.
No, but it is, whatever this, however you would interpret the dog version of this, and Paint, and, Twilight.
They are clearly running towards Twilight together.
Manages to stifle the urge to scream. He's going to gently place a hand on Paint's head. Paint.
This is while Paint is showing this to the creature, correct?
No.
Okay, this is before
Aw.
Paint shows it.
Yes, because 15 would actually see what's going on. Paint is not trying to
Okay.
hide what he's doing, so.
Paint, you realize that your new friend can't visit.
His wagging stops. His eyes go big as he looks up at you. A little whine coming from him. His ears drooping.
The sheer stress radiating off the paladin at the moment foils any attempts to evoke any emotion of sympathy in this regard. Paint. Your new friend is their presence would erode Twilight away, and we kind of want it to continue existing.
Here, you're going. Last anxiety would probably allow him to feel the creature get closer, because he's going to answer and go, "Well, not if I was careful."
Excited wagging.
I see.
It followed me home. Can I keep him?
No.
I don't think you could afford to feed him. To be fair.
Okay. You would have to clear it with Arabane first. As he forces a smile.
Paint is determined.
Passing the buck off to Araban.
Oh boy.
He's learning.
If Arabane says no, Paint will listen. He hopes.
I was about to say, when was the...
Okay,
Since when
so
does Paint really listen to many people?
And if
We're
Arabane passes the buck back to Lost, Lost then has carte blanche to say no. You may not invite the world-eating horror to Twilight.
The creature is just chuckling. It is
Well-
amused.
That's good. Lost is going to just stiffly walk his way back over to Dextrol and then flop face up on top of Dextrol.
Dextrol utters a when we get back, I'm going to... I had nothing to do with any of this at all.
Understood.
Thank you.
If they ask, we walked.
Sure. I can't believe Paint just flat out invited this to Twilight.
How do you not? How can you not believe that?
Yeah, like I was like, you can't really.
Okay. Well, you guys got a day to kill. You want to do anything particular while Dextral's trying to recover?
Dextral's gonna
Paint's
need a vacation more than we are.
Paint is going to go over to Dextral. And he is going to send Dextral a mental image of a map being held up to his new friend, with the new friend on one end of the map and Twilight on the other end, and the dotted line between the two.
I am not getting involved. Go ask your foxy friend over there to
Oh,
do
no.
the honors of such things if you really want to direct this to where Twilight is.
It's cute you guys think he needs a map.
Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you telling him to go to Fred? Fred will put real directions on there.
Paint is headed off to Fret.
Because at this point, I refuse to get involved.
Joel's just gonna pipe up, jokes on you, you're guilty by association.
I had nothing to do with any of this.
Fret will
Why?
shrug, and then just begin pulling out his star charts, his Wayfinder, and his astrolabe.
Paint is assuming that he needs directions. Paint is being helpful, new friend, to his new friend.
Yeah, Fret will scribble out so, new friend, want some directions to some cool places?
You get a thumbs up.
Okay.
By the way,
And,
there is significantly less planet than there was when you guys first arrived here.
Wonderful.
I mean, thankfully you guys aren't on the planet, but yeah.
Fret will scribble out. Okay, so the first cool place is there's this candy world. And we'll begin drawing out map to Candy World.
Didn't you give him that
It'd
already?
be- I think so.
No,
Yeah.
he didn't seem interested. There.
Yeah, but you
maybe.
you did provide directions.
Okay.
You
okay.
didn't like describe it. You just said like, oh yeah, I'll give them directions to a bunch of neat worlds.
Okay. And yeah, we'll
That world would just be a Lindor chocolate to him. That's just a
Okay.
single Lindor chocolate. I don't think your astrology friend would appreciate watching his candy planet getting eaten like an actual piece of candy.
yeah, yeah. It's just a little one of the little hazelnut covered in chocolate thing. Yeah.
Oh, Ferrero Rocher.
Yeah. Crunch.
So you give him
Anyways,
directions to go ahead.
And yeah, he's gonna give him directions to several places. Giving Last plenty of opportunity to come over and tell him no before he begins charting out map to Twilight.
He's going to take a deep breath, get up, and walk over and place a hand on top of Fret's head this time.
Lol.
Paint is excitedly going over and, up on Last, up on his hind legs and giving Last a bunch of licks.
He will deal with Paint in a minute.
Very fast wags.
Just gently squeezing on Fret's head. Please do not give the world-consuming creature a map to our home.
Fret just kind of does the sigh and slouches a little, and then looks up at the vast expanse of entity in front of him.
It smiles.
Horrifying.
Yes.
And Fret will scribble out. He can probably figure out roughly things by the perceptions of our charts.
I get the distinct feeling that this creature can find their way to Twilight if they want, regardless. But
Finger guns.
please, do not draw them a map.
Paint looks sad for a moment, and then he perks up again. And he's running all over to Dr. Volt.
What is Dr. Volt being asked to do?
But yeah, Fret will expand upon this to last of the nature of our perceptions of navigation can probably be determined as a method of triangulation for a greater entity such as him.
Shoal is going to pipe up and go, or it could just follow us.
Fret gestures over towards Shoal.
If I'm going to be honest, the likelihood that it has perceptions that would allow it to see the trace tracks left behind by Koth bouncing from world to world is not zero.
Fret nods.
Let's just hope we are some gross diet, zero-calorie nonsense that it doesn't want to eat, he says, arms spread wide as he turns around, again, incredibly stiffly, and then goes over and flops face first into Dextrol.
Fret, at the mention of gross diet thing that it doesn't want to eat, will pull out a water meal bar.
The creature will go, no, I would eat y'all before I ate a Wonder Meal bar. That's not saying much, though. You are kind of small.
He stores his Vondermeal bars in.
You cut out at the end there.
He stores his Vondermeal bars in Twilight.
Fret nods emphatically.
There's
it makes an
groaning.
exaggerated, like, ugh expression, like crinkled snout and everything.
Paint is sending along to Dr. Volt. Image of the doggo, this thing, himself, far apart. Paint, drawing on a paper, and then it floating over to the thing. And then a reverse painting comes back to him. And he just looks up at Volt expectantly.
There are spells like that that function with words. I'm sure it would be possible to design something that would let you keep in
What's a-
contact with your friend.
He wants a pen pal.
He wants a fucking pen pal.
Eldritch horror, world-eating, cosmic terror, pen pal.
This is a very dog thing to do.
Paint is nodding excitedly. Probably many sneezes, but he makes sure to back up a bit first.
It's the story of Cthulhu and the Border Collie.
I'm not familiar with that story, but also probably.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and push things along a little bit because we only have a few minutes left and we're about to end. I just got a very important question for Eon.
Yes.
Are you just going to follow them now?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are still a couple of days out. Are you going to be trying to be sneaky about it, Eon, or are you just going to show up at every time they stop? Because they got to stop a couple of times still.
Oh, that's a hard choice. Which would cause Last more anxiety?
Probably you showing up at
Clearly.
every planet. Like every time they
Probably
stop, you
you-
pop in that sphere, they're going to notice.
Please,
No,
please don't go
probably-
consuming random planets.
Probably looking like you're trying to hide, but purposely making sure you're seen.
Just peering over the edge of the sphere.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Volt is going to provide Loss a phrase that will cause him some existential stress at the very least. Look at it this way. If this pans out the way it might, we can say that Vandermeer saved Twilight.
I think that's going to cause Last physical pain. He might actually take damage from that.
With a truly haunted expression, he ever so slowly turns his head to look at Dr. Volt. And it sounds like every nut and bolt in his helmet is creaking and groaning, trying to contain the stress that is vibrating within its rattling frame.
I mean, we did just tell Eon, yeah, you don't want to eat Twilight. It's full of Wander Meal bars.
Jaw unhinges. There is a second delay before there is an extended scream. And then he just gingerly, manually shuts the jaw to his helmet and turns his head away.
Just stone grinding sound.
Paint is immediately going over to Last Lost. And more face licks.
I think your paladin friend is a little stressed.
Muffled screaming noises.
He needs a vacation.
Fret nods.
Paint's going to try and push Last over.
This is fine. Continued muffled screaming noises. He is
Last
locked
is
then.
not getting up anymore.
This is fine. He's currently dealing with the stress of basically facilitating the exodus of the remainder of his species to Twilight. And also now they're being followed by a world-eating creature.
Yeah, Fret will burn his remaining 4 sets of ceremonial tea. And set out some tea for Entropion. And then
what,
have a
each,
cup of tea.
what at each stop?
Yes, actually.
Okay, so just to close things out, I've got one last question for Eon. Because apparently he's going to do the thing where he pretends to hide, but he's not really hiding. He's making sure he's seen, but he's not. When you get to the outer edge and you see the others go into Twilight, past Reality's Bound, are you actually going to stay out, or are you going to just walk in?
I mean, he's gonna have to shrink him. He's gonna have to, shrink down first. But sure, he'll just go in. He'll just follow them in. He's visiting.
Alright, and thank you all so much for watching tonight.
Oh, duh.
As we cut the scene of the party finally getting back. The good news is that there's not going to be any encounter rolls for this particular situation because they got something that would probably just undo anything that showed up. As this Eldritch Planning Eating entity decides to shrink down and just walk into Twilight behind the party.
I mean, he's still much taller than everybody else in the party.
What was the point of making Lost the leader if nobody was going to listen?
Shoal listened. Shoal did not tell him where to go and did not give him any ideas. He just simply was like, hey, they could do this. He was just bothering Law.
But thank
No.
you. Go ahead.
The
Dr.
offenders
Dr.
know
Voltos doesn't
who
want
they
the responsibility of being a leader.
Yeah.
How can he be a leader and identify as the problem?
But thank you all so much for watching. Hopefully you'll drink plenty of water, take good care of yourselves, and have a wonderful night. I'm going to throw everybody over to Razim's channel that is over on my side, even though you're technically also watching there now. But you all have a
Hey,
wonderful
guess what
night.
I'm going to do too?
Bye, y'all.
Oh no.
Bye-bye.
Well, real quick.